Hello, hello. Sarah P on the ball as always. Welcome everyone. Please hit the like and the notification bell, please. And if you have not, please subscribe. Thank you very much. So we're a bit early because I wanted to start this early because the Kara Nichols, Joel Hollendorfer, because I want to get the setup right. So I'm not sure if I'm in the right room here. I'll just share it now. I'm not sure if I'm in the right room. Share screen. What's worrying me? It says we just a personal room, and it shouldn't be a personal room. It should be, I thought, like courtroom. So that's why I'm a little bit suspicious about it. Hang on, let's get out of that one then. So I might open another one just to see where we are. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum. Okay, we can live stream that. Take that out. YouTube. Okay, okay, okay. There. Hi, Toxic or Banshee, whichever one. I never know. So, yeah, I'm hoping this is what I'm right. I'm gonna go back to Twitter and see, for another one. Because this does not fit the access code that everyone's got. Join meeting. Join from the browser. Oh, hang on. 6M7P. Okay, no, right, it's the same room, so leave. I presume it's the same room then. I can't do much about it. Hi, Bansh. Well, I presume toxic. Oh, so we got common sense today. Good. We got common sense today. Don't tell Banshee that I'm joking. I love having Banshee here, but it's lovely to see you, Toxic. Hopefully, you're feeling a lot better today. Um, and say hello to Banshee for us. I like Banshee a lot, and he brings a lot to the channel. So I'll miss Banshee today, but it's lovely to have you back, Toxic. Um, so yeah, I'm just playing about with this. You can see what I see, We are early, I know, but I'm nervous for today because I want to make sure it's right. Do you know what I mean? Um, but it's all good. There's not much I can do if it's not right. Anyway, just keep looking, keep looking. The only reason I think it might be wrong is because it's a different code to what it's supposed to be. But again, there's not much I can do about that. So yeah, so here we are. Those that were here Saturday know a little bit more about this case now, about how we got together. We've been through it quite thoroughly, and I believe he's now the three strikes rule. He's now well, he can get between 2 and 6 years for manslaughter. I thought it was 2 to 8, but apparently it's 2 to 6. And then um, from that, he either gets times three or times four of the sentence because it's either going to be his third or fourth violation, I believe. So that's why they're fighting today on that. Is how they're discussing that today, essentially. They're putting a case towards why he should be punished for more because this is not his first felony. But I think they're trying to say the other ones aren't high enough and they shouldn't, he shouldn't be punished for that. So we'll see. We don't really know. But if he does get it, that means if the judge gives him the max of 6 years, he could get between 18 and 24 years, depending on what it is. A bit better. He's got chlamydia today. Yeah, it's all good. So I say I love having Banshee here. I say I love having you here as well, Toxic. But just so you know, Banshee's also he builds you up a lot, and we appreciate you as well. But he needs to know that we also appreciate him. Well, I certainly appreciate him because he brings a lot of vibrancy to the stream as well, and I do enjoy having him when he's available as well. So, um, they both very welcome to this community. Both offer us a lot. So thank you for everything that you do as well, Toxic, and what he does as well. And I can put this up now for Banshee. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but we got a special one for Banshee um, emoji. There it is. Banshee wanted it, so I made it. That's just it's called the Banshee. So there it is. The Banshee. Banshee, 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 Banshee. So yeah, you don't normally get anything like that unless you're a big part of the stream. Um so yeah, so it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. 18 to 24 years. Um and I'm not sure which one's the threshold. Now, obviously, if the judge decides, well, actually, and I don't think he's going to do this. I don't think he's going to give 2 years to it. I don't think he's going to say that's 2 years. I think he will go for the maximum. But then will he, depending on the other felonies, whether he earmarks that as enough to punish him to the maximum. I think he deserves the maximum for what he did to Kara, but I think this is gonna be interesting chess game today. Now I'm not sure how they're gonna play it. Um, so yeah, and those of you, obviously, I know some people are still watching Show Business. I know a lot of people that are away watching Show Business as well. Hopefully that trial's going well or has gone well so far. And we'll be doing another trial tomorrow, um, probably with Judge Boyd. He told, "Yeah, there we are, toxic." So that was his reward. He asked for it, and I snapped at it for him. Um, he asked. Obviously, you deserve to be a mod. You contribute a lot here, and I was like, he deserves his own little emoji as well because he's a big part as well. So hopefully, you both feel a part of this community because you both are. So yeah. Um, so yeah, I was gonna say we I need to think about what trial we do tomorrow. I wanted to do it with Judge Boyd, but I need to think about it. And yeah, I need to think about it now. I knew that today was going to be a disaster. There was a Judge Boyd. So, um, hi, Sissabeth Love. What a name. Sissabeth Love. Sis? Is that Sisa? Beth Love? Sis? A Beth Love? Have you been here before, sis? I don't remember if you've been here before. I love that name. But I want to say it right. Sisa? Sisabeth? Well, Sisbeth, I did the whole stream. He was also telling me he needed one that said bloody cow. I'll sort him out. Thing is, I'm restricted toxic to how many I can make at one time. So if I get another 8 members, I believe it is, I get an extra emoji. So that's why I can't. I have to delete 2 people's emojis to get him to have one. So yeah, you will have one. Remind me about that one. I will not remember that one. So, but remind me in a few weeks. Yes. What's the first time here? Oh well, you need to tell me how you do this, sis. Sis, I Beth love it. Hello, you. So yeah, I mean, you can see the screen. I'm hoping this is the right room because if it's not the right room, then it's gonna be panic 25 past 8:30. Sorry, 1:30. You're gonna see a very sweaty guy in front of you going, "Oh my god, where are we? Why is this not working?" So I'm in Judge Bain's personal room, but I don't know. I don't remember it saying personal room before. Notify the host, but I feel rude notifying him. Um, you've been here before. Yeah, I get mixed up, you see. I get mixed up. Yeah, you were here probably for the Kara stuff then. Happy days. welcome back then anyway, welcome back to you. Um, so yeah, we are in the right 22 division, but I will have a look in another probably 10 minutes to see if there's another room or not. And if there is, we'll jump in that one. But I think this is the only room that I can see. So, I'm just a little bit scared because it's a personal room. And I'm like, oh, is that personal as in that's where he, strips off or something? If it is, oh, Jesus. So I was just saying, Sister Beth, I believe it's between 18 and 24 years he could have. Um, he's just being greedy. Well, I like Banshee a lot. I like Banshee a lot, so I'll do stuff to please him and you. So, as long as people are loyal to me, I'm always loyal back. So don't you worry, I'll sort him out. I will sort him out. It helps me as well because it means I don't have to swear there, and I can just put those things in there. There we are. Oh, did I? Is it in this one? Hang on. Let's have a look here now. Toxic. Did I do with this one? Um. Oh, right. Toxic. Look at the description. I wanted to check beforehand. Description of the video, and basically all the videos today. I put your link in there for the Discord, and I've put in ask the mods for the link because, um, you need a new one every 7 days. I didn't want to post just one link, so f from now going forward, I will copy paste that paragraph that I always use with you guys on the top, and yeah, ask a mod. So every day, hopefully people can ask, or people when they read it, um, after the fact, we'll be able to still join and stuff like that, or ask a mod in another stream and stuff. Um, so yeah, that was because they want to post. I posted a link yesterday, no Saturday, but then I realized, oh no, it runs out in 7 days, so it's pointless. So yeah, that's why I wanted to do that. So if you guys post a Discord link in um every time, we should be sorted. And I was talking to Banshee, I've always been off from sharing your stuff, your documents, because I always felt bad because I was like, well, I haven't paid for any of this. I've not done any of the work here. So, but he was like, no, please use it. So, from now on, I'm using everything you know, um, that you create because I felt bad before, but he's like, no, shut up, just get on with it. So I will from now on, use it, because I felt bad before. So that's why I used it. So Sister Beth Love, yes. So I believe the max you can get is between 18 to 24 years is the max. I'm not sure if this has got the 3 felonies or 4 felonies, because that has a difference, if it all goes as it should today. Um, I just think 6 years personally is not enough for this guy, you know? So yeah, I'm glad that there's something in place that gives him a longer sentence, but just not sure what, and will the judge give the maximum because of that then? I don't know. So, 1/4 past. Give it another 5 minutes and I'll refresh one of my links to see, is there anything here? So we've got a bit of time, guys. You can go, come back, whatever. It's, it's all gravy, baby. Ugh. Yuck, 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 yuck. Oh, Jesus. Why am I on this? Why am I on the screen? I shouldn't be on the screen. I've left the meeting because I shouldn't be on the screen. Yeah, I don't know how to mute myself though. I didn't know how to mute myself, so I went off. I got scared. Hang on, I'll go back in now. Bear with me. Oh, damn. Next. Right, hang on, I need to stop this. I think that what yeah, but that didn't happen before. Ah, cool, Toxic, and thank you, Toxic, appreciate that. Let me present it this way then. Right, so you can see, don't connect to audio. I got that. Then join meeting. Why? Right, I got I don't know then. I'm muted because I'm not connected. My audio's not connected. But last time I was here, I was not like that. I wasn't on the screen. So that's why I feel a little bit like, "Uh-oh." Can you imagine if it started, I'm like, "Oh, hello." Or, "Can the, Dylan Davies please bugger off?" Mm. Toxic, we actually, Pan should probably tell you, we've actually, had quite a few, well, few, but, I think 3 or 4 joined Discord channel from Saturday and Friday and Saturday 'cause, a few of them, they joined a bunch. She was like, "Oh, thanks for joining." So that's good, that they joined. I still get lost in your Discord though, but I do enjoy it. Um, yeah, I'm only just a little bit worried because this is not how it was laid out before, but do you know what I mean? If they want me to give evidence, I'm ready to give evidence. Judge, give him life. Let's practice it. Judge, give him life. That's it. What do you think, Dylan Davies? Judge, give him life. Done. No parole. He's a piece of, I'm not gonna say I can't swear for the next hour and 40 minutes. I believe this is gonna be in about an hour. Starts in 7 minutes. I'm so excited. Ooh-wee. I just can't hide it. Ooh-wee. Right. Let's you see, that didn't happen last time. Oh, what are we doing? I was in the participant list last time, but I wasn't on screen like this. Right. I still don't understand why I'm on stage. Oh, here we go then. Let's have a look. Okay. Okay. So, well, we got 4 more minutes, then we're go. So, here we go. Right. Sorry, I did a reading on Saturday about this, and there's more people here now. So the three strike rule. So it depends if you've done 3 felonies or 4 felonies, and it's times 3 and then times 4, dependent on the level of them and stuff. So it'll be interesting to learn what this is today now. If he gets a max of so he's got 2 to 6 years for manslaughter, which I think is ridiculous. I think it should be more than that, especially for this. Um, so hopefully he gets 6 years and then times that by 4, hopefully so 6, 12, 18, 24 years is potentially on the table. But if it's times 3, it might be 18 years is what I read. So yeah, we'll have to see really how that works. Oops. I feel a bit awkward being on screen like this. It's a lot of cases, and this is what sets us apart. Yes. Yes, you're right. You're right, toxic. Uh-oh, someone else came on. DA. Oh, bloody hell. Not quite. CAC. Chahi. Chahi? Oh, yeah, yeah. Cachi. 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 Uh-oh, I don't like this. I feel nervous. I'm gonna put my headphones on, can you see? I do feel nervous, I'm not joking, because I don't feel like I should be on the screen. I was not on the screen last time. No worries, Iris. Hey, Iris, I don't think I'm supposed to be here. I'm on screen. I'm not supposed to be here, I don't think. But thank you, Iris. I'm scared. I'm nervous. What if they asked me to sing a song or something? Jesus. Honestly, I've never been on screen before, Iris. Never. Oh, and another one. Am I sharing this meeting or what? Am I going to share it? Bloody hell. Oh, I don't like this. But yeah, maybe. Oh, do you know what? Maybe I'm in the bloody meet. This is the right court, but I might be on the. Oh, I'm in the right court, but I don't think it's supposed to be on screen. Jesus. Don't say, don't stay. Go. I mean, I'm embarrassed by this. Shelley, thank you so much, Shelley. Thank you so much, Shelley. I'm here thinking, oh my God, what is going on? Am I speaking? So family, friends are on here. Oh my God. If Shelley had not said that, I was nervous. I was nervous, honestly. I thought I'm in trouble because the judge might call me out, go, Dylan Davis, start us off then. I'd be like, um, no, 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 no. I'd have to sing. No, 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 there's no. Oh no, I'd sing. We're rimming, we're rimming, we're rimming that ass today. We're rimming, we're rimming, we're rimming that ass today. See? Hiya, Sam. You're back. I'm still not allowed to. No, half an hour. I've got an hour and a half to go. Don't sing that. Um, Uh, Hopefully everyone doesn't know what rimming is. There's loads of people here now, so law and crime are here. Oh, fine, we're sorted. It's fine. Oh, do you know what? Here we are. Bit of advertising. No worries, Sam. You're safe to come back in about an hour and a half. We'll be rimming. We're rimming in an hour and a half. We're rimming in an hour and a half now. Right. There's law and crime are in there, so I don't see any reason why I can't put. Hang on, I'll redo it now. It's too far away. I save that one now. Damn, still too. That's what, but people can see it. It's all good. So we are here. We'll have a. We'll do this with seriously. I'll need to do another stream then because this is my third stream today. Um, because I want to keep this respectful for Kara. Um, yeah, if it takes more than an hour, then I'm gonna have to. Yeah, it's fine. But if it is less than that, I might do another stream just to. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm not connected to the audio. Just check that, so I'm good. But I have not got a mute thing next to me. That's the only thing. What's this do then? Oh, I can chat to people. Oh, I can chat with Sean. Days. I can chat with people. Do you know? I've never used this. Judge Bain. I can chat with Judge Bain. Give him life. Give him life. Give him the max, Judge. Give him the max. Okay, hey, Judge, do you want to join us? We're rimming. We're rimming. We're rimming that ass today. Show business is slow right now. It's all the forensics. Talk about evidence collection. Fine. Oh, hang on. Oh, damn. No, don't say that. Don't say that. No, it's public. No, it's public. It's public. Oh, no. Hey, right. Uh, Toxic. I think what she's done, probably gone to the wrong video because the video the band she put up is members only. This is public. This is public. You'd have to call. Yeah, no, I didn't do that. Yeah, no, I no, I went another way. I found another way to do it because I didn't want to go through the same link as the family. So I didn't think I was going to be on screen because I didn't use the family and friends link. I used a different link, but ends up I'm here. Um, I could connect and stuff, but I didn't. I'm just trying to be as basic as possible with this. So toxic. Hopefully you can join because it's definitely public. It's 100% public. I need to tweet this out as well, don't I? Let's do this then. Welcome back, Shelley. Nice to see you again. Always nice to have you in chat. Share, Twitter. Okay, just do this. Has few hashtags. Kara Nichols. Can't believe the lack of exposure this has had. It's ridiculous. Joe. Okay, tweet that out. Send now. Just get that out. I need to put lights on, so bear with me. I'm gonna put some lights on. It's getting quite dark here now. God, what's going on here? Oh, not sure. I could take a look, I suppose. But this should be, fine anyway because I'm not harming anybody. I'm not speaking. Facebook. Um, I will take a look. Justice for Kara Nichols. Yeah, it's the same link. It's the same link I used. So, so it's all good. There we are. Well, I've been worried for a while now. So, but we're here now. We're all set up now, so it's fine. Oh no, no, no. Okay. So I'm not sure if people will join us or if they're going to watch it on their own. Either way, everyone's more than welcome here. We're looking forward to this to see what's happening. No, no, it's not. It's not. It's not at all. Hang on. Let me just give you another link then, just in case. It's a public event, 100%. Um, the reason I know that is because Sister Beth Love is in here and she's not a member. Sister Beth, if you see this, can you do me a favor? Just chat, say something. It's public. Everything's public. This in case there's a different link. Yes, definitely open. My last stream was members only, but this is 100%. Just give her that link. That should 100% work. And Sam, you sly bit. You didn't tell me you come back, so you are a sly for that. That's weird. Give her that link to see if she can get into that link. Then that's just weird. Is there anybody here that's not a member? Just say hello. No worries, no worries. Friends in the places. I can't do it. Women in low places. You know what I mean, Iris, eh? That's fine, Sam. Iris, lovely to see you. Pop back soon, all right? Yeah, that's true. That's true. I just don't do shorts. I am crap at stuff like that. That's my problem. I'm rubbish at clipping. I'm here doing so good. Take care, Iris. See you soon. This is weird how some people can't make it. Oh, see, so thank you. Sister Beth is here. Sister Beth Love is here. So it's open. Thank you, Sister Beth Love. Ooh, let's go, Iris. Let's do some rimming, Iris. We put it in the diary. We'll do some rimming. Right. They're late. They're late. No, Sister Beth Love is not a member. Toxic. No, the it definitely. So Sister Beth Love is not a member. So she can type. So it is open. Let me just have a look at here. Here as well. Here as well. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, me. This is my moment. This is my freedom. This is my friend. Where's that gone? Down here somewhere. Pre-trial. No, not that one. I need to go up, up, up. I need to go up, up, up. Kara. Oh, here we go. Da, 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 da. Here's that one. So, think about it. There's two videos in there. I should probably be pressing the wrong video. Sorry, trying to get back to live. Something happened and my phone won't go into live right now. Oh, that's all right. Don't worry. We still haven't started yet, so it's all good. Toxic, the only thing I can think about is that because there's two videos, you might be pressing the wrong one, but this is 100% open. Because thankfully, Sisterbeth has told us he's not a member. But that's weird that she can't get in. Maybe that's why we haven't got many people here. A few more now, but this is my moment. Right. Just to reiterate that we're looking at um general there. Okay, I need to just paste this. Okay, done that. We can see use is the best. It's all good. Just some people might be having difficulties getting here. I don't know why though. Um, you know, I generally don't actually know why. Okay. Someone's asking for streaming the page. Post the stream. Right, so we're just still waiting. I uh it must be some it has to be something her end because Sister Beth is here, so and it's 100% non-members only. I've checked everything. It's public. Um, so I generally don't know what else to say or do. I need to keep an eye on. Oh, we're on. I nearly forgot. We're on bloody trial watch as well. Aren't we? Sugar. Need to get that. Oh no, what have I done? We're on trial watch. Nope. I I don't know what to say. Toxic. I genuinely don't know because I've got everything. Other non-members are here, so I don't know then. And she got another happy day. So you see, Sister Beth is not a member, so she's in. Can't hear. Hello. No idea. Sorry, Shelley. I've. Oh, okay, that's fine. I was checking my things. As I say, I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, YouTube there. Right. Let me go back. We're on trial watch and forgot. Right, so I'm gonna make another jeez. I totally forgot we're on street on, Trial Watch. Oh, nothing in the courtroom. There won't be nothing in the courtroom, says Beth, till the judge comes in. I need to set up another sorry, I'm trying to multitask here, I'm gonna set up another stream for the sentencing watch along. Mm. Mm. So they're supposed to start 23 minutes ago, but they still haven't. So this is not good onus. It looks like the defendant is in there. Let's have a look here then. Here we are. That's what I've done. So we those are two screens we see at the minute. Obviously, okay, so we leave that like that. This is my moment. Okay. Sorry, you have to bear with me. I'm speaking and I'm trying to set up another stream because I forgot we were on trial on sentencing watch. If you're the hero, I am that hero. Right, need to open another one. Um, and if anyone's here with, obviously family friends of Kara, thank you very much for being here. Full support of Kara here. If the judge asks me to speak, I'll say give him life. Oh, people coming in now. Live stream. They're getting sworn in. Okay, interesting. Oh, first witness. No, no, neither can I. Anyone got any idea?
identifications during those comparisons?
Yes.
Sarah?
If there are any kind of discrepancies, is that something you would put in a report?
Absolutely. Yes.
And have you been qualified as an expert in fingerprint comparison before?
Yes.
How many times?
6.
Was that here in the 4th Judicial District?
Yes. All of them were.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to qualify Ms. Haig as an expert in the field of fingerprint examination.
Your Honor, I would just request a short 1 year.
That's fine.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You talked about how you did that in the initial course with Mr. Saviano and some follow-up training, right?
Correct.
And during that follow-up training, have you had specific training with in relation to issues that can come up in fingerprint analysis that might cause bias?
Can you be specific? We talk about a lot of different things. I'm not sure if you're trying to pinpoint.
I guess I'm asking whether you've had any, like, so if you're saying a lot of different things, are
Yes.
there any issues that you've had training on, like how to avoid potential bias, like confirmation bias?
Yeah, we've talked about it, but we don't really know. This case is different. I knew the case initially, but normally we don't know the case's history. We just do the comparisons on the fingerprints.
Okay,
I
so
don't have a whole lot of bias on that opinion, if that's what you're trying to get at.
I guess what I'm trying to ask is, and I know I'm doing it poorly, so I'll try to do it better. Have you had training on how to avoid potential issues on your own part as an examiner that might cause bias?
Our own self-awareness of stuff, yes.
Yes.
In general, for investigations, absolutely.
Okay, and
Yes.
then, okay, so you've had training on those issues specifically, not just with not about this case.
Correct.
Okay, and then how much have you had training on those issues?
I could not tell you a number.
Okay, do you know how recently you've had training on that subject?
I would have to look at my CV for my anti-bias training. It's
Okay.
it's not something I have memorized.
Okay, that's okay, but you have had training on that issue?
Correct.
That's all I have, thank you.
All right, I'll admit the witness as an expert in the field of fingerprint comparison.
Thank you. Do you have any experience with certified records, specifically records of conviction and penitentiary packs?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
I'm handing you exhibits 1 through 5, and then 8 and 9.
Okay.
Exhibit 1 for me, please. The front page, does it have multiple seals?
It does.
Are there 3?
There are 3.
Okay. And on the front, does it state how many pages there are in this particular packet?
It does.
And how many does it say?
It says there are 36 pages.
I'm sorry, but can you thumb through and confirm that there are 36 pages in Exhibit 1?
I think that's probably the best view, I think, for both sides. I mean, it's different when the judge is on, obviously.
There are 36.
All right. And is this packet stapled?
It is.
Has it been altered in any way to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit Exhibit 1 pursuant to Rule 902-1.
I think there's more of a foundation that needs to be established as to why these are not hearsay.
Objections overruled. One is admitted.
Ms. Haig, does it on the cover page indicate what exactly is in this packet? It would be in that very
It's
first
like, do you
paragraph.
want me to read yes, it does specify what it contains.
Okay, and is that the register of actions, information, conditions of probation, information for preliminary procedure, probable cause affidavit, and judgment of conviction?
Yes, it is.
Does it state which case this pertains to?
It does.
What case number is that?
94 CR 2431,
And the title of that case?
State of Colorado versus Joel Hollendorfer.
Thank you. All right. If you, so are there multiple colored tabs within this packet?
There are.
Okay, so I'd like to have you flip to the red tab, which is on page 25. The originals are not numbered.
Okay.
On page 25, does it indicate what charges the defendant or this conviction pertains to?
It does.
And can you tell me what those charges are?
Count 1 is charged theft. And then it says I can't read that. Count 10, aggravated motor vehicle theft.
Okay. And does it have the class of felony for both of those counts?
It does.
And what is that?
They are both in F4.
Okay. Also on that page, does it indicate the date of offense for these charges?
It does.
And is that between June 20th of 1994 and July 12th of 1994?
It is.
On this page as well, does it state the date that the guilty plea entered?
It does.
And what date was that?
August 29th of 94.
And then at the very bottom, does it state when the judgment of conviction entered?
It does.
And what date was that?
October 18th of 94.
Okay. So if I could have you go to the first green tab, this is on page 6.
Okay.
Is there a notation for October 18th of 1994? It's about middle of the page.
There's a couple. I see that date, October 18th.
Sure. And is there one, though, that starts with defendant sentence and just says SENT, sent? And I apologize, the line actually starts with DPWC-Tate.
Hold on, let me see. I'm seeing the review. I'm seeing minute order. Oh, yes, I do see that.
Okay. And does this state that the defendant was sentenced on that day, October 18th, 1994?
Yes,
And was he given 2 years of supervised probation with conditions to have no violation of law, random urinary testing, pay restitution in the amount of $1,905.78, a mental health evaluation, 90 days jail as a condition of probation with 84 days credit, all costs?
yes.
Right. I'd now like you to look at page 2. That would be that first yellow tab.
Okay.
On this page near the bottom, does it contain demographics for the defendant in this case?
I am not seeing what I think you're asking.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sorry, the first yellow tab.
Oh, my
on page
apologies.
2.
I'm like. Yes, the first yellow tab does contain demographics.
All right. And I'm just going to ask you if what information is contained in here. Does it have the name of the person this record pertains to?
It does.
And what's that name?
Joel Ryan Hollendorfer,
And what is the date of birth given?
11/19/1975,
And the sex,
male,
race,
Caucasian,
home phone number,
719-495-0543,
height,
6 feet. It's okay. Pardon me. 6 feet,
weight,
65,
hair color,
brown,
eye color,
blue.
and the home address.
9665 Burgess Road, Colorado Springs, Colorado, 80908.
Okay. And if we go to the second yellow tab, this is page 21. Is there a signature in the bottom left of this page? And underneath the signature, is there a typed word?
Yes,
And is that defendant?
it is.
All right. And there's a handwritten signature above that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right. We are going to move on to Exhibit 2 at this point. All right. Exhibit 2, do you have that on the front page? Do you have triple seals, 3 seals on that page as well?
Yes,
And how many pages does it say are included in this packet?
22.
Could you thumb through
I
and
can
confirm?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, there are 22 pages.
And on that front page, does it indicate what is included in this packet?
It does.
And is that the register of actions, information for preliminary procedure, probable cause affidavit, and judgment of conviction for the above listed case?
It is.
And what is the case number that this pertains to?
96 CR 1873,
And the case caption?
State of Colorado versus Joel Hollendorfer.
All right. And these 3 seals, are they signed by Sherry King, Clerk of Court for the first one?
Yes, the first one is.
Okay, and the second one is that Will Bain, Chief Judge?
Yes,
And is the third one Sherry King, Clerk of Court?
yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit Exhibit 2 into evidence pursuant to Rule 9021.
Same objection, Judge.
Objections overruled. 2 is admitted.
All right, so if we could go to that first red tab on page 3. At the top of this page, does it indicate the charge to which the defendant entered a plea of guilty?
it does.
And what charge is that?
Second degree burglary,
And what class felony would that be?
an F4,
And on what date was the plea of guilty entered?
September 27th of 96.
And sorry, underneath that, does it have an indication SNT date, sentencing date?
Yes,
And what date was that?
January 3rd of 97.
Okay. And what was the sentence?
Looks like 4 years to the Department of Corrections.
And was that concurrent with any other case numbers?
It was.
What were those case numbers?
It was concurrent with 96 CR 2261. 96, oh, so they have it printed twice. They have 96 CR 2621. My
There are actually
apologies,
two
there
different-
are 2 different.
Yes.
So it is concurrent with 96 CR 2261, 96 CR 2621, 96 CR 3073, and 94 CR 2431.
And 94 CR 2431, was that the case that was contained in People's Exhibit number 1?
It was.
All right, if you could go to the first yellow tab, that'll be on page 10.
Second yellow tab?
Oh, sorry, second yellow tab.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
And is this the information for case 96 CR 1873?
It is.
And for count 1, does it state second degree burglary F4?
It does.
And in that paragraph, and this will be 5 lines up from the bottom of that first paragraph, does it indicate whether or not the defendant was on probation or on bond in any cases when this was charged?
It does.
And what case was the defendant on probation for?
Says that he was on probation for 94 CR 2431.
And again, was that the case in exhibit number 1?
Yes,
All right, and does it indicate what cases he was on bond for?
it does.
And what case is that?
He was on bond for 96 CR 1517.
Okay. If you could go to the third yellow tab, this will be page 14. Is this the probable cause affidavit?
It is?
Does it indicate the defendant's name that they're seeking the arrest of?
Yes.
What name is that?
Joel Ryan Hollendorfer.
And does it give a date of birth?
It does.
And what date of birth is that?
11/19/75.
And without telling me the number, and I apologize, the copies have this redacted, is there a social security number?
There is.
Okay. And what was the charge?
Second degree burglary.
A class 4 felony?
Yes.
All right. We can go to the fourth yellow tab. This is page 17. At the top of this page, and where it has the case caption, what is the defendant, or what is the name there?
Are you asking for the case number or the defendant's name on this one?
Well, if you want, at the very, very top, there is a case number associated. What case number is that?
Yes, it is. It's 96 CR 1873.
All right, and then 2 lines down, does it have the case caption?
Yes, sorry, some of this is stuck in the staple.
No problem. Is that State of Colorado v. Joel Hollendorfer?
Yes,
And after the name, does it have a number?
it does.
And what is that number?
It is handwritten in, it says number 92205,
Okay. And the date of birth?
11/19/75.
And in the section below that, does that also state what you've already testified to, that it was the charge of second degree burglary, a class 4 felony?
Yes,
And in that section, does it indicate the date of plea?
it does.
What date is that?
9/27/96.
Okay. And then if you could go to the last tabbed page, it has a yellow, a green, and a red on it. And this is page 21.
Okay.
And what is the case number that this pertains to?
96 CR 1873.
And does it have the same charge of second degree burglary?
It does.
And right above the charge, does it say defendant's conviction, this date of?
It does.
And what is that date?
9/27/96.
And in the next section for the sentencing, is this running concurrent with any other cases?
It is.
And are those the 3 that you listed previously? 94 CR 2431, 96 CR 2621, and 96 CR 3073.
That is correct.
Can set that one aside, and if you could look at Exhibit 3. And in this packet, is this again with the triple seals?
It is.
And are those next to signatures for Sherry King, Clerk of Court, Will Bain, Chief Judge, and Sherry King, Clerk of Court?
They are.
And what case number does this packet refer to?
96 CR 2261.
And the case caption?
The people of the state of Colorado versus Joel Hollendorfer.
And does it indicate what this packet contains?
It does.
And then would that be the register of actions, information, supplemental affidavit, and judgment of conviction?
It is.
And does it state how many pages are in this packet?
Yes, it does.
And how many pages?
There are 17.
And I can see you already thumbing through.
There are 17 pages.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit Exhibit 3 into evidence under Rule 9021.
Objections overruled. 3 is admitted.
All right, so we'll go to the first yellow tab. This is page 2. At the bottom of this page, does it contain demographic information for the defendant in this case?
It does.
And what is the name of the defendant this packet pertains to?
Joel Ryan Hollendorfer,
And the date of birth,
11/19 of 75,
sex,
male,
race,
Caucasian,
home phone?
719-495-0543.
Is that the same home phone number that was in Exhibit 1?
Believe so. Do you mean Exhibit 2? Exhibit 1 does, oh, my apologies. I had my pages backwards here. Yes, it is the same phone number.
All right, and so back to Exhibit 3. Height,
6'1",
weight,
170,
hair color,
brown,
eye color,
blue,
and home address.
9665 Burgess Road, Colorado Springs, Colorado 80908.
And is that the same address as listed in both Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2?
It is.
If we could flip to the next page, page 3, this is the first red tab. And in this, on this page, does it state what charge the defendant pled guilty to?
It does.
And what would that be?
Attempted second-degree burglary.
And is that a Class 4 felony?
It is.
And the plea of guilty, what date was that?
9/27 of 96.
So below that, is there another charge that says 1A?
Yes.
And what charge is that?
Second-degree burglary.
A Class 3 felony?
Yes.
Okay. If we could go to the green tab or the next green tab on page 5, I think it's the first green tab. Is there a minute order? Well, there's several. Are there minute orders for the date of September 27th of 96?
There are.
And underneath the second date, 9/27/96, does it state that the people file amended? It'll start with DPWC PD Vance.
I do see that.
Okay. And that there's a PG pled guilty count 1,
Correct, yes.
and that was attempted second-degree burglary, a class 4 felony.
Yes.
And if we could go to the next yellow tab on page 9. Is this the information
Unbelievable, Shelley. Unbelievable.
with the charges in this case?
Yes.
And the case caption is the same, the people of Colorado?
Just a second.
Yes, Your
I
Honor.
think our pages may be off. We're still on exhibit 3.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you.
Page 9.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, is it the same caption with Joel Hollendorfer being the defendant?
Yes, it is.
And the count 1, is that listed as second-degree burglary of a dwelling, a class 3 felony?
It is.
And within that charge, does it indicate whether or not the defendant was on probation in another case?
It does.
And what case is that?
94 CR 2431.
Is that the same case in People's Exhibit 1?
I believe so. Yes,
Okay. Does it also state whether or not the defendant was on bond for any other felony criminal activity or action numbers?
it does.
And what case numbers were those?
He was on bond for 96 CR 1517 and 96 CR 1873.
And 96 CR 1873, is that the same case that Exhibit 2 pertains to?
Yes, it is.
We could go to the next yellow tab. This is on page 12. And is this a supplemental affidavit?
It is.
Does it indicate the defendant's name?
It does.
And what name is that?
Joel Ryan Hollendorfer,
And what is the date of birth listed?
11/19 of 75.
And in that first paragraph in the affidavit, does it include demographic information for the defendant?
It does.
Okay. And does it have the same name, Joel Ryan Hollendorfer?
It does.
Same date of birth of 11/19/75?
Yes.
A height of 6'1",
Yes.
a weight of 180 pounds,
Yes.
brown hair,
Yes.
blue eyes?
Yes.
And is there a social security number listed?
There is.
So if I could ask you to kind of compare to People's Exhibit 2, and this would be the third yellow tab in Exhibit 2 on page 14. Is that the same social security number?
It is.
All right.
I guess at this point, I would object to this line of questioning because we don't have access to the social security number. We have it as blacked
Do you want to take a look at it?
out. Sure.
Why don't you do that?
The originals are up there. I don't have them.
That one.
So they're blacked out pursuant to state statute, correct?
Correct, Your
Okay.
Honor.
You're welcome.
Objection being blacked out on ours. I just couldn't follow along.
All right, if we could go to the next tabbed page, and this has a red, a green, and a yellow, and this is page 14. Is there a case number at the top?
There is.
What case number is this?
96 CR 2261.
And the case caption?
State of Colorado versus Joel R. Hollendorfer,
And date of birth?
11/19/75.
And underneath the case caption, is that for the defendant's conviction? And it says this date of?
Yes,
Okay, and at the bottom of the section, does it give the date of the plea?
it does.
And is that 9/27/96?
It is.
And next to that, does it have the date of offense as May 31st of 96?
It does.
And in that section is where it says count one. Is it again the criminal attempt at second degree burglary, a class 4 felony?
Yes,
And then on this page, near the top right, is there a stamp on this page
there is.
that's titled Colorado Department of Corrections?
Yes,
And at the bottom of that stamp, does it say inmate number?
it does.
And what number is that?
92205.
And if you could look at People's Exhibit 2, this is the second to last yellow tab on page 17. At the top of that, is there that number that we talked about next to the defendant's name? Is that also 92205?
Yes, it is.
So going back to Exhibit 3, is this sentence running concurrent with other cases?
It is.
And what case numbers are those?
It is running concurrent with case numbers 96 CR 3073, 94 CR 2431, 96 CR 1873, and 96 CR 2621.
And those middle two case numbers, 94 CR 2431, is that the same case number as Exhibit 1?
It is.
And 96 CR 1873, is that the same case number as Exhibit 2?
Yes,
Near the bottom of this page, under subsection H, does it indicate that there was another case that was dismissed as part of this plea?
it does.
What case number was that?
96 CR 1517.
All right, we can set that one aside for now. And if I could have you take a look at Exhibit 4. On this front page, do we again have the triple seals?
We do.
And are they next to the signatures for Sherry King, Clerk of Court, Will Bain, Chief Judge, and Sherry King, Clerk of Court?
Yes,
And does this packet pertain to case 96 CR 3073,
yes,
which is the people of the state of Colorado versus Joel Ryan Hollendorfer?
yes,
Does it indicate that this packet contains the register of actions, information, attachment A, and judgment of conviction for the above listed case?
it does.
Does it indicate how many pages are in this packet?
It does.
And how many pages?
21.
All right.
And there are 21.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit Exhibit 4 into evidence pursuant to Rule 9021.
Objection, Judge.
Objections overruled. 4 is admitted.
All right, so if I could have you go to the first yellow tab, this is on page 2. Does that contain demographic information for the defendant in this case?
It does.
And is that the name Joel Ryan Hollendorfer?
Yes.
And what is the date of birth,
11/19/75.
sex,
Male,
race,
Caucasian,
home phone number?
719-495-0543.
And is that the same number as in Exhibits 1 and 3?
It is.
Height,
6 feet,
weight,
180,
hair,
brown,
eye color,
blue,
and home address?
9665 Burgess Road, Colorado Springs, Colorado, 80908.
And is that the same home address as listed in Exhibits 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
If you could flip to the next page, page 3, there's a red and a green tab on this one. On this page, does it indicate what charge was pled guilty to?
Yes,
And is that theft a class 4 felony
it is.
with an offense date of May 16th, 96?
Correct.
And what is the date for the entry of plea?
9/27 of 96.
And below that, does it indicate what the sentencing date is?
Look at, yes,
And what date was that?
1/3 of 97.
And is there a note in here that the sentence was 4 years to the Department of Corrections?
There is,
And was that to be served concurrent with 94 CR 2431, 96 CR 1873, 96 CR 2261, and 96 CR 2621?
yes,
And 3 of those 4 case numbers are the same as we've gone through in People's Exhibits 1 through 3?
yes,
You could go to the second yellow tab. This is on page 9. And is this the information for case 96 CR 3073?
yes,
And for count 1, is that theft F4?
yes,
Contained inside that charge, does it indicate that the defendant was on probation in case 94 CR 2431?
it does.
And that's the same case number for exhibit 1?
Yes,
And further was on bond in case 96 1517?
yes,
In 96 1517, was that the case that was dismissed in exhibit number 3?
yes,
All right. If we go to the next yellow tab, this is page 12. The second paragraph from the bottom. In this paragraph, does it indicate the suspect that had pawned the item?
I think I'm on the wrong yellow tab.
I'm sorry, it's the third yellow tab.
Got you.
Okay,
Okay,
sorry. Is this titled attachment A?
it is.
Okay, so the second paragraph from the bottom, does it indicate the suspect that had pawned an item of question in this case?
It does.
And is that name Joel Hollendorfer?
It is.
And in this attachment, does it indicate that Hollendorfer gave an address of 9665 Burgess Road?
Yes,
Is that the same address as listed in the demographics in exhibits 1, 2, and 3,
it is.
as well as page 2 of the exhibit we're currently looking at, exhibit 4?
Yes,
Does it indicate that he was a white male with a date of birth of 11/19/75, a height of 6'1", weight 180 pounds, brown hair and blue eyes?
it does.
Does that also match the demographics given on page 2 of this exhibit?
They do.
All right. If we could go to the next page tab, this has a red and a green. It's page 14. And does this page indicate which case number this document pertains to?
It does.
And what case number is that?
96 CR 3073.
Does it indicate or what is the case caption?
People of the state of Colorado versus Joel Hollendorfer.
And is it the same date of birth, 11/19/75?
Yes,
And does it indicate that this was a plea of guilty to a class 4 felony charge of theft?
it does.
And was the date of plea 9/27/96?
It was.
And is this case being served concurrent with 94 CR 2431, 96 CR 1873, 96 CR 2261, and 96 CR 2621.
Yes,
And this is about the middle of the page. Was the sentence at this time 4 years in the Department of Corrections?
it was.
So if we could flip to the next page, this is a yellow tab, page 15. At the top, is it all the same information we just discussed that was on page 14?
It is.
And at the very bottom, is there another stamp?
At the very bottom, yes.
Does it say inmate number?
Yes,
And is that number 92205?
it is.
And is that the same inmate number that we've seen in exhibits 2 and 3?
Yes,
It's 2 and 3. And then the last tabbed page, there's a red and a green tab, page 20. Does this also indicate that this, judgment of conviction pertains to 96 CR 3073
yes,
and with the defendant of Joel Ryan Hollendorfer?
yes,
And that it says upon defendant's conviction, this date of 9/27/96.
yes,
And above that, does it say the defendant was resentenced on November 23rd of 98?
it does.
All right, you can put that one away. And if you could look at exhibit number 5, please. On the front, and I'm sorry, so in the original, is there a page? Sorry, that does not have seals on it.
On this one that I'm looking at?
On
Yes.
exhibit number 5?
Yeah, the front
so
page does not have seals.
All right, and so that particular page, can you tell what it is?
It's our pen pack request form that our office sends out.
Okay, so that's a document generated by the district attorney's office?
Yes,
All right, so looking at page 2 of the original, and just for the record, the copies that all parties have does not have that original front page. On page 2, do we have, a signature for Christy Walters, custodian of offender records, Colorado Department of Corrections?
Crystal Walters.
Crystal, I'm
and
sorry.
Yes,
And below that, do we have a signature with a seal for Will Bain, Chief Judge?
yes,
And below that, do we have a signature with a seal for Sherry L. King, Clerk of the District Court?
yes,
And was this signed, this is back to the top, the 15th day of March, 2023?
yes,
And in that first paragraph, does it indicate the name of the inmate that these records pertain to?
it does.
Is that Joel Hollendorfer?
It is.
And does it have a registration number?
Yes,
And is that 92205?
it is.
Again, is that the same name and number that we've seen in exhibits 1 through 4?
Yes,
Although I don't believe 1 had the registration number, I apologize. Other than the addition of that front request form, has the staple in this packet been altered in any way?
not to my knowledge.
And if you could thumb through and tell me how many pages are in this particular document.
Do you want to include the request form or no?
I do not.
I didn't expect all this. I thought it'd be like 5 minutes, not like 45 minutes. He's done a lot of crap.
I count 16. Did I miss one?
Can I ask you? Oh. May I approach, Heather?
Yes.
So we could print
There's, you want me to count the back page?
I apologize. Are there two pages that are front and back sided?
There are.
I'll stream it after this now. I'll stream it after this. Those that can't watch.
Your Honor,
I'll
at this
request a press
time,
conference,
the
but
people would move
stream
to admit
after this.
Exhibit 5 into evidence under Rule 9021.
Same objection, Judge.
Objections overruled. Five's admitted.
If you could turn to the second page, I think it's the first blue tab. Does this contain?
I do
Oh,
not
I'm
have
sorry.
tabs on this one, so you'll have to.
I apologize. It's the second page of the actual packet, not including the cover sheet.
Okay.
Thank you. Is this entitled, or is this titled Offender Track, Offender Profile,
It is.
and dated March 14th of 2023?
Yes.
And in this first section, does it indicate the name of the inmate that this record pertains to?
It does.
And is that Joel R. Hollendorfer?
It is.
And in the next section, what is the date of birth listed?
11/19 of 75.
And the sex,
Male.
height,
5'11",
weight,
185.
eye color,
Blue.
hair color?
Brown.
Is there also a social security number listed?
There is.
And is that the same social security number that was in exhibits? I apologize. This would be exhibit 2 and exhibit 3.
Yes.
Do you want to take a look at it? Also at the top, I apologize, next to, or right before the name, does it have a DOC number?
It does.
And what is that number?
92205.
So if we could then go to page 4, titled Court Minimuses. Are there 6 different case numbers listed on this page?
There are.
And are those 98 CR 3057, 96 CR 2621, 96 CR 1873, 96 CR 2261, 94 CR 2431, and 96 CR 3073?
Yes, those are the 6 listed.
All right. If we could turn to the next page. And this is page 5. Are these photographs?
Yes,
And does it have a name underneath the photographs?
it does.
And what is that name?
Joel Hollendorfer,
And what is the birth date listed?
11/19/75,
And the DOC inmate number?
92205.
Does it indicate when these photos were taken?
Yes,
And what date was that?
2/22 of 99.
And the photographs on this page, have you seen this person before?
Yes,
Do you see him here in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Could you please indicate where he's sitting and an article of clothing he's wearing?
He's sitting to my left wearing an orange inmate suit.
If the record could reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes.
Turning to the next page, page 6. Are these more photographs?
They are.
Do they have the same name, date of birth, and DOC inmate number?
It does.
And what date were these photos taken?
7/17 of 97.
And the person in the photograph, do you recognize that person?
Yes,
Who do you recognize that to be?
Joel Hollendorfer.
Okay. So turning to the next page, page 7. And yours is front and back, correct?
Page 7 is, yes, front
Okay.
and back.
So page 7, what is this?
This is a scanned copy of a fingerprint card.
Okay. Does it have the name of the person whose prints are on this card?
It does.
Is that Joel Ryan Hollendorfer?
It is.
And does it have the number 92205 next to the name?
It does.
Is there a signature in that top box?
Yes,
And I'm not asking for an expert opinion here. Is that similar to the signature that was in Exhibit 2 on page 21?
what tab?
Oh,
is
I
the-
apologize, that's not correct. It's Exhibit 1, page 21.
What tab color? Can you, I don't have
It
page
would be,
numbers on.
yes, so it's the second yellow tab.
Second yellow tab. Yes, those signatures appear similar.
Okay. Is there also a social security number on this page?
There is.
Is it the same social security number that we've seen in previous exhibits?
It is.
Is there a date of birth of 11/19/75 on this card
There is.
with sex male,
Yes.
race white,
Yes.
height 5'11",
Yes.
weight 185,
Yes.
blue eyes, and
Yes.
brown hair?
Yes.
All right, so then on the back of page 7, which is page 8 for the other parties, does it indicate the date of arrest for this particular card?
It does.
And is that 2/22/99?
It is.
And is that the same date that the first page of photographs that we saw were taken?
Yes.
Does it also indicate any scars, marks, tattoos, or amputations?
It does.
And what does it have listed there?
4 tattoos.
Okay, so does it say RUOA?
Yes.
Do you know what that means?
Nope.
Okay. When they're putting in tattoos, do they, sorry, so going to the second one, does that say chest tattoo?
It does.
So that first word would likely be the location of the tattoo,
Yes.
and possibly right upper outer arm.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. The third tattoo, does it say LUOA?
Yes.
Possibly left upper outer arm.
Yes.
And then the fourth tattoo, located on the stomach.
Yes.
Does it also have a number for local identification or reference?
It does.
And again, is that 92205?
Yes.
Underneath, does it have the charges for which the defendant was sentenced to DOC?
Yes.
And does that theft, first degree aggravated motor vehicle theft, theft, and attempted escape?
It is.
We could turn to the next page. Is this another print card?
It is a photocopy of a print card, yes.
Photocopy of a print card, thank you. Again, with the name Joel Hollendorfer,
Yes,
does it also have the reference number 92205?
it does.
Is there a social security number on the front of this card?
There is.
And is that the same social security number we've seen in previous exhibits and the previous print card?
Yes,
Is there a signature on this card?
there is.
And is it similar to the print card or the signature on the previous print card,
It is.
as well as Exhibit 1, page 21?
Yes,
Does it also have the date of birth 11/19/75?
it does.
Sex male,
Yes,
race white,
yes,
height 6 foot,
yes,
weight 175,
yes,
eyes blue,
yes,
hair brown?
yes.
All right. And then on the back of this page in the original, this will be page 10 for everyone else. Is this the back of the print card?
It is.
And can you tell me what the date of arrest was listed here?
7/17 of 97.
And underneath there, are there also annotations under scars, marks, tattoos, and amputations?
Yes, it lists 4 tattoos.
Are they the same that we saw on the previous print card?
They are.
For local identification or reference, is it that same number 92205?
It is.
And under charges, is there theft, second degree burglary, theft, CA, criminal attempt, second-degree burglary.
Yes,
And do they all have 4 years listed as the disposition?
they do.
So turning to the next page. Is this a judgment of conviction for case 96 CR 2621?
It is.
Does it have the same name for Joel Ryan Hollendorfer
It does.
and a date of birth of 11/19/75?
Yes,
For this, on this page with the stamp near the top right, does it also have inmate number 92205?
it does.
And the conviction on September 27th, 1996 for a class 4 felony of theft,
Yes,
running concurrent with 94 CR 2431, 96 CR 1873, and 96 CR 3073.
correct.
On the next page, is this the judgment of conviction for 96 CR 3073
It is.
with the name of Joel Ryan Hollendorfer and date of birth of 11/19/75?
Yes,
Does the stamp have inmate number 92205?
it does.
Does this also reflect a conviction on 9/27/96 for a charge of class 4 felony theft?
Yes,
Concurrent with 96 CR 2621, 96 CR 1873, and 94 CR 2431?
yes,
The next page, is this a judgment of conviction for 98 CR 3057?
it is.
Does it have the same name, Joel Hollendorfer, date of birth 11/19/75, and DOC inmate number 92205?
It does.
And is this a conviction for attempted escape, a class 4 felony?
Yes,
And is it running concurrent with 94 CR 2431, 96 CR 1873, 96 CR 2621, and 96 CR 3073?
yes,
On to the next page. Is this a judgment of conviction for 96 CR 1873?
it is.
Same name and date of birth,
Yes,
and a plea of guilty to second-degree burglary, a class 4 felony.
yes,
And the date of that plea is September 27th of 96.
yes,
Right. I'm sorry. Okay, if we could turn to the next page. Is this the judgment of conviction for 96? Oh, I apologize. Is this also a judgment of conviction for 96 CR 1873?
yes,
And on this judgment of conviction, does it state that it's running concurrent with 94 CR 2431, 96 CR 2621, and 96 CR 3073?
it does.
On the next page, is this a judgment of conviction for 96 CR 2261?
Yes,
Does it have the name Joel Hollendorfer with a date of birth of 11/19/75?
it does.
Does it show a plea of guilty to attempted second-degree burglary, a class 4 felony?
Yes,
And does it state that the date of plea was 9/27/96?
yes,
And that the sentence is running concurrent with 96 CR 3073, 96 CR 1873, 96 CR 2431, and 96 CR 2621?
yes,
On the next page, is this a judgment of conviction for 94 CR 2431?
it is.
Does it have the name Joel Hollendorfer with a date of birth 11/19/75?
Yes,
Does it show a conviction for a class 4 felony of the count of theft
it does.
with a date of plea August 29th of 94?
Yes,
Um, Does it state that originally the defendant was sentenced to 2 years probation,
Yes,
but was then resentenced to 4 years in the Department of Corrections?
it does.
And above that, running concurrent with 96 CR 1873, 96 CR 2261, 96 CR 2621, and 96 CR 3073?
That is correct.
And at the bottom, does it also have the inmate number 92205?
It does.
And on the last page, is this a judgment of conviction for 94 CR 2431?
It is.
Does it have the name Joel Ryan Hollendorfer with a date of birth 11/1975?
It does.
Does it have a stamp with inmate number 92205?
Yes.
Does it indicate a guilty plea to aggravated first degree aggravated car theft, a class 4 felony?
Yes.
And does it indicate that he was resentenced on November 23rd of 1998? This would be above the charge, sorry.
Oh, yes. Nope, I see that. And yes, it does.
And below that, the new sentence was 4 years in the Department of Corrections, concurrent with 96 CR 1873, 96 CR 2621, and 96 CR 3073.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Haig, I am handing you a manila envelope. Do you know what is contained in that envelope?
Yes.
How do you know what's inside?
Because I'm the one that put it inside.
And is your signature and date on the tape for that folder?
Yes.
And what is inside?
The original fingerprint card and the photographs that I took of Mr. Hollendorfer.
And did you take those photographs and fingerprints in February of this year?
No,
No. Sorry.
April 20th.
April 20th, I apologize. Did you
That's
take
okay.
those on April 20th of 2023?
I did, yes.
And there's a pair of scissors up there. If you could open this envelope and just confirm that that's what's inside for me.
Thank you, Shirley. Jasmine, that's your answer. Thank you. And welcome, Jasmine, as well. Shirley's the best. Any questions, Shirley knows the answers to. Sorry,
Yes,
Shirley,
that is
do
what
this
is
more.
inside.
Oh, welcome
All
to the
right,
channel,
and then to your right
Jasmine.
are People's Exhibits
And
8
thanks for
and
chatting.
9. So People's Exhibit 8, are those a fair and accurate copy of the photographs that you took of the defendant Joel Hollendorfer on April 20th of this year?
They are.
And then Exhibit 9, is this a fair and accurate copy of the front and back of the fingerprint card that you took, or the fingerprint impressions that you took from the defendant on April 20th of 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit Exhibits 8 and 9 into evidence.
Overruled. 8 and 9 are admitted.
May I have just one moment?
Yes.
That's a lot of stuff that I didn't expect. It's over an hour to go through all that. Over an hour. That's a lot.
I just want to ask you a few questions about the fingerprints you took. Earlier, you talked about the number of comparisons that you have done.
Mhm.
After you took the fingerprints in this case, did you, and without getting into specifics, did you compare the fingerprints that you took to the fingerprints contained in Exhibit 5, the pen pack?
I did.
And did you draw a conclusion after comparing the fingerprints?
I did.
What was that conclusion?
They came from the same person.
And then I'd also like to ask you about the signatures that I had asked you about in Exhibit 1, as well as in Exhibit 5, the pen pack. Those 3 signatures, did you draw a conclusion about those?
They were very similar, and the signatures in the pen pack were signed under the spot that said signature of person fingerprinted.
Okay. And obviously, you're not a handwriting expert, correct?
Correct.
But in your opinion, they were similar.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
How long do you anticipate your cross might be? Why don't we take our mid-afternoon recess at this time until 3:20? So court will be in recess until 3:20.
So 15-minute break. I mean, that's not a good angle for her because we can see the titties. Right. Sam, you sly bitch. Are you still here? That was Shelley. Thank you for sharing your info. I mean, I think we're lucky here that people are so intelligent that can share info with people. That's a lot. That's a lot. So this is going to be interesting, I think. That's a lot more. Oh, thanks, Sly Bitch. I wasn't sure if you were here, but it's over 2 hours now, you see. So Sam is known as a Sly Bitch. So that's what I call her. It's not derogatory or anything. That's what she's known as, is a Sly Bitch. So just in case anyone thinks that I'm out of order, it's not. That's what she's known as. So yeah, first of all, thank you very much for being here. It's an interesting one. I don't feel like when it came down. I know some people said manslaughter was the correct outcome for this, but when I heard it's 2 to 6 years, Jesus, that's all. Obviously this is different now, but yeah, I hope he gets life. Between everything he's done. Yeah, but Shelley, that's a good guess. That's a good guess. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And nowadays it's all about self-reliant. It is, you're right. But that's a fantastic, and I may have guessed it, but it would take me a bit longer. So I totally agree with your assessment on that one. And that's why I like having you here. So yeah. Yeah. So obviously we got this. I know there's a press conference for Carly. I'm not watching it now, but I will watch it afterwards in our next stream. Jesus, next stream. Which is Timothy's stream. We're on Sentence Watch. So because I want to keep this one clean, just for Kara, so I don't want to put other stuff on it. Any other trial video, I don't care, but this one show her a bit more respect and the family a bit more respect. Well, as much as we can anyway. So yeah, obviously made a video on Saturday about all this. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is going to be a long stream. It's supposed to be scheduled for an hour, but this is going to be a very long stream because I think a lot of people will want to speak as well. And the judge has got to make a ruling first before sentencing. So, which I'm quite confident he will. Hello, Amy. See, thank you. Welcome to the channel. First time for you and Jasmine, I believe, here on the channel. Thank you for joining us. It's lovely to see you. I know that some people are watching on their own and stuff like that, But I presume you guys are either from Colorado or you know Kara. So we covered the trial. I think I was the only one that covered the whole trial, and yeah, it was great to see all the friends and family join the trial. I know a lot of them are either on the call or watching it together, so I still appreciate having some people here. His dad had charges during the time, so tell which, yeah, fine. Yeah, that makes sense, Shelley. That makes total sense. That does, because he's going to say it was his father for everything, wasn't he? Josie, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. And obviously, Jasmine as well. Jasmine Casey, thanking you as well. That's it. Yeah, I knew Jamie, but appreciate you being here. Hopefully, we've done our best to show Kara respect throughout this whole trial. We would randomly chose this because no one was doing it. I just couldn't believe the amount of support and the amount of people that came to watch the trial. I was gobsmacked, to be quite honest with you. And I still don't understand the lack of media around this trial. I never knew anything about it until I started streaming it. So, but I'm glad we streamed it. Glad we were able to put a bit of respect to Kara. I do wish punishment would have been a little bit different, but that's just my opinion. That I think manslaughter is a bit too soft. But hopefully today he gets the justice he deserves, and gets a lot longer. I guess the judge ruled that just family can make statements. Yeah, I'm not sure if dictating necessarily. I know the family were looking at friends to send statements in and things like that. So I think the friends' statements will be added in about Kara. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I hope justice prevails today. Anyway, that's for sure. Um, I know when we were streaming it, we had like probably 50 minimum every day, and sometimes I think biggest stream I've had is 93 people now as Kara's. I think day 2 or day 1, I don't remember. So I know we haven't got as many today, but a lot of people don't find this as interesting. But I think I wanted to do this as to put a line in and hope that she gets justice anyway. In the end. But for those of you who missed the start, geez, I was panicking at the start because I was the only one here with a courtroom host. And when I streamed it, I was never on screen, but I was panicking. I'd barged into something I wasn't supposed to be in for a while. Yeah, that's fine, Shelley. Hmm. So we got another 5 minutes before they come now. So um, defense are gonna, do their thing and probably just to try and put some doubt in the judge's mind that it wasn't Joel that's done some of these things. Shoulders hurts. So we should see how it goes. Also, be in work as well, joining us. And I know a lot of you are watching. Well, not a lot, but some of you are watching Show Business as well. And 1 year on Show Business, 1 year on this. I know there's a lot of people missing today that did watch the trial, but are now currently watching Show Business, so not here but they will watch it as a after the fact. So. So yeah, we shall see. We shall see. Oh, Monday morning, Monday blues. You see, tired today. Not slept much on the weekend, so now it's catching up with me. I'm getting old now. So just surprised, Sam. You're quite quiet. You're not normally this. Are you doing chores, Sam? Because you're not normally this quiet. Normally can't shut you up. There she is. Be right back. You see, I knew she was doing something. She's not normally this quiet. Got that coffee at 8 o'clock and it's now 10 o'clock. 2 hours. Cold, but I like it. I don't like hot coffee. I prefer cold coffee. There we are. You enjoy the phone call with the architect. You put him in his place, Sam. Rather him than me. Everybody. Yeah. Don't like the save. Okay, that's fine. Done it. Sorry, it's a Long Island serial killer case. That's huge right now. This case turns a Long Island serial killer case that seems right now. His victims were often not cared about as many were Yeah, I bet Joe has killed others too. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him. I agree with you, Shelley. I mean, when they go through all the rap sheets there, I mean, come on. So, I mean, this is red flag city. Um, pro- sorry, I thought they're coming back at 1/4 past. That's actually 20 past they're coming back. So we've got another 5 minutes. Oh, excuse me, 6 minutes. Sorry, before they come back. I'm trying to be respectful in this one. I'm not trying not to swear too much and stuff like that because I don't think it's um, appropriate. I'm trying to behave. I know that they've found something with the Rex one, Long Island serial killer. They've found something today, I think. I saw something in the news. And then that Carly woman, I think she's having a press conference around now, or Lisa thought about her. Which I don't want to know. If anyone's watching it, please don't, no spoilers. I want to watch it on the other stream, and we're on sentence watch as well. Oh, so we'll go, yeah. Sentence watch for Timothy Simpkins, who was found guilty for attempted capital murder. And he can get anywhere between 5 years and 99 years. He's 20 years old now. He was 18, literally, I think that week he turned 18 or something like that. Otherwise, if you're 17, it'd be different, obviously. But yeah, 18. So, or they can give him probation. Okay, there we go. Food. Okay, so I just tweeting something back out there for that. Just talk amongst yourselves, have a break, have a Kit Kat. Is that have a break, have a Kit Kat, and then they just go. Now they got a finger Kit Kat. Jeez, there's nothing in it. Can eat them all whole now. I remember when chocolate used to be chocolate, but now everything prices went up and the quantity went down on chocolate. Now 1 or 2 bites and you're done. When a few years ago, the bars were a lot bigger. Da, da, few more minutes. Da, da, da. Oh, so here we go. They are there. Obviously, we can see them. There doesn't seem to be anybody really. I think there's one or two people in the back there, but I imagine his mother's there or thereabouts somewhere. People are starting to return now. Okay, so we are on the way. Oh, see how long this cross is going to be, and if there's any more witnesses. I don't know. She, okay, I didn't see that. I did not see that, Sisbeth. I did not see it. I did not see what you just wrote. And if anyone doesn't want spoilers, I would suggest you do not look at the chat right now. About Carly. That's fine, man. It's all good. It was just like I was like, oh, I can't wait to see what happens. And then I was like, oh no. It's all good though. It's all good. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Oh, wish they'd come on. It's now 20 past. Let's go, Judge. I think I'm a little bit more impatient because obviously I'm in the UK, so it's now 20 past 10 in the evening here. So
Please
he's coming
be
back because
seated.
there we are. We see them standing.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon again.
Hello.
Do you still have those exhibits up there?
I do, yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna go through really briefly some of those exhibits. For example, I'm gonna ask you to look at Exhibit 2 right now.
Exhibit 2.
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna ask you to look at page 21.
You'll have to forgive me. Mine are tabbed. They are not numbered.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let me tell you what it says at the top.
Okay.
It's the what? The last yellow tab on your version.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So I think that the district attorney asked you a few questions about this page, this last document. Just wanted to point out a couple of things. And so one of the dates that's listed on here at the very bottom, I guess it would be, there, do you see where it says there's a date and there's a signature from a judge?
I do see that.
And what is that date?
2/12 of 97.
I don't think we're looking at the same page. Can I approach real quick,
Yes.
Judge?
Oh, okay.
These two. Yep, this,
I thought you said the yellow tab. This was all 3 tabs. That's my miscommunication.
now having you look at,
Okay.
does yours have a date stamp at the top?
No,
Okay, so on the document that you're looking at the top, does it say District Court, El Paso County, State of Colorado,
yes,
and it has a case number 96 CR 1873,
yes,
Division 1,
yes,
judgment of conviction,
yes,
and the case caption, People of the State of Colorado versus Hollendorfer Joel.
correct.
And does it show a filing stamp on yours?
It does.
And what's the date on there?
It appears it says November 23rd, 1998. Part of my stamp is not clear.
Same. And then it just says Division 1, right?
Yes,
But if you go down to the bottom where it says judgment of conviction is now entered, is there a date there?
there is.
And what is that date?
11/23 of 98.
And then there's also a signature at the bottom of that page as well from Judge Parrish. Is that right?
Correct.
Now I'm going to ask you to look at the third page,
Of the same exhibit?
the same exhibit. May I approach to make sure it's the same?
Yes.
This one? Okay. Not? Okay. Mm-mm.
There you go.
Okay.
So I'm having you look at a document in this exhibit. At the top of yours, is there, does it say other people?
It does.
And then there's a Vincent Harrington named?
There is.
Okay. And on that document, just trying to help you out here toward the top, is there a date listed as a sentencing date?
Yes,
And is that date January 3rd, 1997?
it is.
And is there also a plea date given above that?
There is.
And that is September 27th, 1996.
Correct.
And going back to, oh, that's it for that one. I'm going to ask you to look at Exhibit 3, but have Exhibit 1 ready as well.
Okay. Okay.
And in both those exhibits, do you recall the district attorney asked you to go through some defendant characteristics like name, address, that kind of stuff?
I do, yes.
And the district attorney asked you about whether or not the date of birth was the same and the address was the same?
She did.
Okay, and they were?
They were.
Well, one of the other characteristics that's listed on both exhibits is the defendant's height.
Correct.
And on exhibit number 3, the height is listed as 6'1". Do you have that page where it has the demographics
I
at the
do.
beginning? Okay.
Yep.
And then in exhibit 1, the height is listed as well.
It is.
And that height was listed as 6 foot.
Correct.
And there is a difference between the weights and those exhibits of about 15 pounds. Does it sound right?
I show 5 pounds.
Oh, that could be my math.
165 versus 170.
Yep,
I
you're
grab
right.
the right exhibit?
5 pounds.
Okay.
Okay, now just looking at exhibit 3. It should be the next page after that demographics page where it has people of the state of Colorado, other people at the top again.
Yes.
And does your page have name Johnson Larry as the listed victim?
It does.
Okay, just to make sure we're on the same page.
Okay.
And on that page, is there also a a plea of guilty date listed.
There is.
And that date is 9/27/96.
It is.
And then also toward the top of that page, there is also a sentencing date.
There is.
And that's January 3rd, 1997.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to look at Exhibit 4.
Can I put these two away or should I leave them out?
You're good on those other ones.
Okay, thank you. And you said Exhibit 4?
Yes, ma'am. I'm asking you to start at that same first page after the demographics page where we have the people of the state of Colorado and other people at the top.
Yes.
And just to make sure we're on the same page, I'm looking at where it says Mara, Kent Victim Assistance Fund as the alleged victim,
Yes.
or I think at that point, confirmed victim. Right?
Yes, that's what I'm looking at.
And so on that page as well, it lists a plea date
It does.
of 9/27/96,
Yes,
and it also lists a sentencing date,
it does.
and that's January 3rd, 1997.
Correct.
I'm going to ask you to look to page 14. It might not be the same as mine, so I'll make sure. It would be the first page after the attachment A.
Stream else
Okay.
play that, but
Is it?
on
And at the
YouTube's
top, it
play
should
that.
say
I see your
criminal
chat.
action number 96 CR 3073
Yes,
in El Paso / Teller County, Division 1.
correct.
Also on that page, that gives a date of plea as 9/27/96.
Yes,
And then at the bottom of that page, it says there's a, like nearly almost at the very bottom, the second to the last sentence, it says judgment of conviction is now entered.
yes,
And there's a date and a judge's signature.
there is.
And the date is January 3rd, 97.
Yes,
And the judge is Judge Parrish.
correct.
Now I'm asking you to go to page 20 in that same exhibit, which at least on mine is the second to the last page. And that's the one, it should say at the top, District Court, El Paso County, State of Colorado, case number 96 CR 3073,
Yes,
and it has Division 1.
yes,
It's a little bit faded, but you can still see it.
yes,
It gives a date that defendant was resentenced as 11/23/98.
yes,
And then it also has a date signed on the bottom as under judgment of conviction is now entered as 11/23/98,
correct.
and also a signature from Judge Parrish.
Yes,
And I'll give you a few seconds to do this, but on that minimus page on that entire page, it's kind of short, so hopefully it'll only take you a second to look. But anywhere on there, is there a date of conviction other than 11/23/98? Second kind of section, if it helps.
are you talking about the data plea?
Well, on this page, there's a data plea, right? And it says
Mhm.
9/27/96.
Correct.
And then above that, is there a defendant's conviction date?
Yes,
And what was that date?
9/27 of 96.
So this is a very obvious question, but obviously, the date of conviction on this page being 9/27/96 would be different than on page 2, where the sentencing date was January 3rd, 1997.
I'm sorry, you said the second page?
Yes, and I had already asked you that question. I'm just asking you whether it's a different date.
Yes, it is a different date.
And on that same page that I just had you look at, anywhere on that page, does it reflect a date of 1/3/97?
No,
Okay, you can get rid of that one. I'm gonna turn to Exhibit 5. The district attorney asked you, and I think this might be the one where you had an extra cover page, right?
yes,
So I think on yours, it would be on the third page, there are defendant or offender demographics. Does that look like your third page? Offender track,
yes, my third page including, yes,
including the cover page?
yes, ma'am.
And on that defendant demographics section, it gives you a height.
It does.
And what's the height on that page?
5'11",
And the weight?
185.
So now I'm going to page 4, which I believe would be your page 5, and it's a court minimuses at the top.
Yes,
And that page lists 6 separate case numbers.
it does.
And this packet, to be clear, that we're looking at, Exhibit 5, is the packet that came from the Department of Corrections.
Yes,
And within this packet, we have this court minimus page with 6 different convictions or case numbers, right?
yes,
And within this packet, we also have how many sets of prints?
2.
And are both of those from the Department of Corrections?
They are.
And do those prints or those, copies of cards from DOC prints, do they have dates on them as to when they were taken?
Yes,
And what are those dates?
I need to look. Hold on.
Okay.
One is 2/22 of 99, and the other is 7/17 of 97.
Okay. And are those dates also reflected on the photographs?
They are.
And the same as the fingerprint cards, are there 2 sets of photographs in this packet?
For each card, yes.
One of the questions that the district attorney asked you was to compare signatures with respect to this exhibit and determine whether or not they were similar. And that was the signatures from different pages that had the name Joel Hollendorfer.
Yes,
And you said that, in your opinion, those signatures look similar.
they did. Yes,
And as you told her, you're not a handwriting expert,
correct. I am not.
nor did you analyze these as such.
No,
Was today the first time you compared those signatures to each other?
no, I looked at them when I did my fingerprint comparison as well, since it was signed under signature of person fingerprinted.
So when you were looking to make sure you had the right documentation, you were comparing those signatures as well?
I verified that they were there. I wasn't comparing them for my identification.
Oh, so you were comparing that they were the same name,
Yes,
but not that, like, looking at the loops or how it was written?
no,
Because that's not your expertise.
correct.
Fair? And obviously, you work in the same office as Ms. Peroni.
I do.
I may have already asked you this, but I just want to make sure. I don't think I did. I think it was a different page. I'm asking you to look at what would be for me, page 12. So I think for you, it would be 13. And it should look like a minimus with 96 CR 3073.
And I'm sorry, you said 13 or 12?
For me, it's 12.
I have 2 pages that are double-sided, so
Okay, so I think for you, it would be the 13th page in your packet, so probably on the back of page.
I think you have the right one.
Okay, it should
I
say,
think so too.
can I approach, please?
Yes.
Yes, please. Nope. Close. Wait, no, yeah.
It's just-
Yes, please, wake me up. I haven't slept much over the weekend, so
Okay, to make
Bit
sure
tired.
for the record that we're on the same page, is this stamped May 11th, 1999?
It is.
And it is a minimus for 96 CR 3073,
Correct.
and it reflects Division 1
Yes,
with Mr. Hollendorfer's
see
name
you,
and date of
see you
birth.
tomorrow, Sarah.
yes,
Thank you.
This page indicates that a resentencing date of 11/23/98.
it does.
It also says upon defendant's conviction this date, 9/27/96. Do you see that after that?
I do see that. Bless you.
It also indicates a plea date. Do you see that?
I do.
And that's 9/27/96.
Yes,
And then it also says a sentencing date under additional requirements. Do you see that?
yes.
And what was that date?
The date is 1/3 of 97.
And then at the bottom, there's a judgment of conviction date. Do you see that?
I do.
And what is that date?
The date is 5/5 of 99.
And it also has something that says NPT.
It does.
And what was that date?
11/23 of 98.
And then it has Judge Parrish's signature again.
Correct.
I'm going to ask you to look at the next page. May I approach?
Yes, no need to ask again.
Good.
We're on the same page. This is a minimus for 98 CR 3057.
Correct.
And that reflects a resentencing date as well. You see that?
I do.
Of 11/23/98.
Yes,
It reflects a conviction date of 11/23/98
yes,
under that. Okay. And also a plea date. See that?
yes.
And what was that date?
The date of the plea is 11/23 of 98.
This one actually doesn't matter. Okay, gonna go to the next page, which actually matters. Sorry about that. It was 96 CR 1873 at the top. Do you
She
see
looked
that?
at
I do.
the
And it's El Paso,
date
Teller
and
County,
smiled,
Yes,
Division
as if to
1.
say,
yes,
what?
It lists a date of plea,
it does.
9/27/96.
Yes,
And then at the bottom of this page, it lists a judgment of conviction is now entered. Do you see that?
I do.
And it has a date of 2/12/97
Correct.
and the signature of Judge Parrish.
Yes,
Okay. Almost done, I swear. I'm going to ask you to go to the next page, which is page 15 on mine, but on yours, it should say 96 CR 1873.
Yes,
It lists a conviction date toward the top. Do you see that? Well, I'm sorry, I'll start where I did before. A resentencing date,
Got it.
11/23/98.
yes,
A conviction date,
yes,
9/27/96.
correct,
Plea date, 9/27/96.
correct,
And then at the bottom, judgment of conviction is now entered. And that's
yes,
5/5/99.
yes,
Also, there's additional requirements section on this one as well, which indicates there was another sentencing date. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And that's 1/3/97.
It is.
Page. The next page in your packet should start at the top, 96 CR 2261.
Yes,
It shows a date of plea as 9/27/96.
correct,
It doesn't have that middle section like it did on the others. Where
No.
it says anything additional, right?
no, it does not.
And so the only judgment of conviction date on this page would be 2/12/97. And that's next to the judge's signature at the bottom.
That is correct.
Okay, I wanted to switch and ask you about the fingerprints that you analyzed. So, you did a report, well, to be fair, you went out to the jail to meet with Mr. Hollendorfer on was it April 7th?
April 20th.
Oh. Yes, when you actually went out to the jail, it was April 20th, 2023, right?
Correct.
And you met with Mr. Hollendorfer,
I did.
an investigator from our office, Ms. Mashad.
Yes,
And also with you at that time was another investigator, Mr. Caruso.
correct.
And at that time, fair to say that that process is you go into the booking area. Maybe it's different for you guys, so tell me. But you go into the booking area and you ask for an inmate.
Well, we previously
No worries,
schedule
Sam.
it so that way when we show up, they're aware and we try to meet at the same time to have less of an impact on people's days because it takes a while to wait for the inmates to come down.
You schedule it with the PD investigator.
Yes, and then also CJC.
Mhm. And so then they bring you somebody.
Correct.
And you and Mr. Caruso were together at
Yes,
that time, and they brought out this young man that you see
Yes.
here. And at that time, you used a scan, like a machine to scan his fingerprints. Does that sound fair?
yes,
Then on that, was it the same day when you did a comparison between the prints from DOC and the prints that you, well, let me do a step in between. After you did the scan, did you transfer the scan to something else?
I printed it on the card if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Yes,
So when you're doing a comparison, you're going to do a comparison and you're going to use something that's actually printed out from a machine versus the Colorado Department of Corrections card. Like what I'm saying is you're not like doing it on the screen. You're actually doing two different pieces of paper.
I'm looking, yes, I'm looking at the paper.
Okay. And then you did a report, obviously, of your findings.
I did.
And what you testified to is that you found that they were from the impressions were from the same person.
Yes,
And you compared the impressions that you received from DOC on 7/17/97 to 22/99 to the ones that you took on 4/20/23, right?
I did. Yes.
And fair to say that the impressions from 2/22/97 weren't the best printout compared to the other two.
No, they're not always perfect.
And so you're looking for some similarities or dissimilarities. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And how, is there a certain number of similarities that you're required to find in order to find a match?
No,
And did you record how many similarities you did find?
no,
Did you record how many or what the similarities were specifically?
no.
And how many, I should say, this is a weird thing to say, but digits? How many, because I'm not sure which ones they were. How many fingers were you looking at?
I look at all of them.
Okay, so when, in your report, fair to say that there are 6 different photographs?
I would have to look at my report, but yes, I did take photographs.
May I approach?
Yes, no need to ask again.
Yes,
Does that help you remember how many fingers?
yes.
How many fingers were you looking at?
I looked at all of them. I showed 3 different finger examples in my report.
Okay. And the examples in your report were to show that you were looking at, is it fair to say, if I'm understanding you right? In your report, you're reflecting that you were looking for comparisons based on 3 different dates.
Correct,
And then you listed, and then there were 6 different photographs.
correct.
And those photographs, which, do you know what they were of?
They are photographs of a fingerprint off of the card of the fingerprints that I took, and then one off of each of the printouts from DOC that I compared them to.
Okay, so is it fair to say that in that top row, you're looking at a middle finger?
I would have to look at, I couldn't tell you which finger I put the example on. I have a copy of my report if I
Yep,
can.
sure.
Yes?
Judge, is it okay if she
Sure.
refreshes her recollection?
And I'm sorry, you asked if it was what finger?
Is it fair to say that what you included here was photographs of a middle finger and a thumb?
That is correct.
But these photographs just show us pictures of what was on the cards, right? The different cards related to those fingers.
As far as,
It just shows you a picture of the print itself
yes, and I
And-
have the date listed of the card.
and the date as to where these prints came from.
Correct.
But it doesn't, there's nothing in this, in these photographs to show points of comparison that you made.
No, I have arrows pointing to some of the ones that I found, but it's generalized because I had to blow it up to put the arrows on there to put it in a report.
Okay. But in your report, you didn't actually indicate what those similarities were with I can't say that word, specifically. Is
No.
that fair? Okay.
No,
And then as part of that process, somebody else in your office does that, right?
correct.
And how does that process work?
As
How
far
do you
as
determine how that's done?
how my partner does it,
Mhm.
we do it separately. So I will do mine and I will hold my findings, type my report, give him the fingerprint card and the pen pack so he can do his comparison. And we don't talk about it until after it's done. He's made his findings and done his report. And after both of the reports are approved, then we can go over them.
And so that's what I was getting at exactly. So you don't do those together,
No,
right? And why not?
well, one, that would not be appropriate on many levels. And 2, it takes it's a several hour long process to go through and do everything. and you kind of do it in the privacy of your own office. And we are all in different offices, and him and I happen to be all the way across the floor from each other. So we close our doors, take our time, and however long it takes us to do our comparison is how long it takes.
And you said that one of the reasons, I guess you said it would be inappropriate on many levels, right?
Yes,
And that one of the reasons for that is because you don't want to influence each other.
correct.
You don't want to be, you want these to be independent decisions.
Absolutely, yes.
And when I was asking you earlier about the training you received about bias, for example, contextual bias is something that you want to prevent when you're doing fingerprint examination.
Yes, these carry a lot of weight. It's very important to be very straight with it.
And contextual bias means that if an examiner has some information about a case outside of what they're actually examining, that might subconsciously influence their conclusion, and you want to avoid that.
Might, yes, I guess it could.
Well, you received training on that, right?
Yes,
And that's part of what you're trying to avoid here by separating.
correct.
But if you knew like specifics about the case, you want to keep those things separate from the analysis you're doing.
Yes,
And in this case, I guess this process of fingerprint analysis began with going out to the jail to see Joel Hollendorfer, right?
correct.
And you went out there knowing that this was the person's name that you were going to see.
Yes,
And you're the one that did the scan of his hands.
I did.
And you were aware at that time that he was somebody that was charged by your office.
I was.
And probably that the PD represented him because she was there too.
Correct.
Did you know what the charge was?
For the case that I worked on, yes, but not any of the previous ones.
Okay, so you knew that he was charged with murder here, but not what the previous cases were about?
Correct.
Okay. And then when you went back to your office and did the comparison, you had, well, let me ask you, what did you have to compare? Did you have just a card or did you have a whole packet?
I had my fingerprint card, and then I had the certified pen pack,
Okay,
exhibit number 5.
so everything that's in that packet, exhibit 5 that we were going over earlier, that's what you had with you.
Correct.
And you were using the fingerprint portion to compare to what you took.
Yes.
That's all I have.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor. Can I have you take a look at Exhibit 1, please? Okay. So in Exhibit 1, the first green tab, which would be page 6.
Okay.
I think I asked you this on direct, about halfway down. There's a minute order from October 18th of 1994.
Yes.
And we talked about how at that time, the defendant was sentenced to probation, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing where that is at on here.
Sorry, so it says sentenced PGRA 2 years.
Oh, my apologies, yes.
And then also if you go to the last green tab, it's also a green and red tab on page 25.
Okay.
For the judgment of conviction, it states was granted formal probation for 2 years.
Correct.
And at the bottom, it says judgment of conviction is now entered with a date of October 18th, 1994.
Correct.
All right, sorry. Going back to the first green tab. I'm going to have you flip forward 4 pages.
Forward,
Yes.
counting that page or not counting that page?
So it is counting that page. So it's a copy, or at the top, it should have scheduled event description kind of cut off. Man,
Yes. And what page for those of us who do have numbers?
page 10.
Okay.
This one.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes,
Each one.
okay. So about halfway down, is there a minute order for January 3rd of 1997?
Yes,
And in that, does it indicate probation violation, VIOL, previously admitted, defendant resentenced to 4 years DOC?
it does.
Okay. If you could flip to the next page, this is page 11. At the top, you can't really see the date, but the next date would have been 12/4/97 underneath it. Does it state court grants 35B, sentence defendant 4 years ComCore? The very, very top.
Yes,
All right, and then near the bottom of the page, is there a minute order for April 24th of 98?
there is.
And the minute order there, does it indicate defendant has been reaccepted back to ComCore? DA objects, court orders defendant to finish sentence at ComCore?
It does.
Court informs defendant this is the absolute last chance.
Yes,
All right, and then flipping to the next page, which would be page 12. Near the bottom, on the bottom third, is there a minute order for November 23rd of 98?
there is.
And does that state that the court converts C-Core, ComCore sentence to Department of Corrections?
It does.
So while Ms. Cox was asking you several questions about dates, and she asked about January 3rd of 1997, correct?
She did.
And November 23rd of 1998?
She did.
And those are the dates that we just talked about where there were additional sentencing dates or sentencing decisions.
Correct.
And then she also was asking you about the different dates in the judgment of convictions near the end, how there was a separate date on the signature, but also an indication of a judgment of conviction for 9/27/96. I'm sorry,
Yes.
this is in exhibits 2 and 3 and 4.
Yes,
Based on the information that we just read about the resentencing, those dates would have been the resentencing dates, not the original conviction date, correct?
correct.
Ms. Cox also pointed out that there were slight differences in the height and weight from exhibit to exhibit. The height in all of them was between 5'11" and 6'1", is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you know if DOC or CJC actually measures a person when they're entering that information, or is it self-given?
I do not know.
You do not, okay.
Welcome back, stranger, evil wicked. Welcome back. Long time no see.
So if I could ask you to look at Exhibit 5, the pen pack. And looking at the 2 sets of photographs. Does the defendant's hair differ from picture to picture?
It does.
Is it higher in one than the other?
Yes,
Ms. Cox also asked you about some of the discrepancies in weight. And in all of them, it was somewhere between 165 and 180 pounds. Is that right?
correct.
And as stated, the photographs for actual DOC, those were taken almost 2 years apart, correct?
That is correct.
And the first conviction and demographic, that was taken in 1994, so several years prior to those photographs.
Correct.
In your experience, do people's weight fluctuate over the years?
They do.
Have you
All
ever
good.
seen
Nice
men
to see you,
exaggerate
Evil.
their height?
Nice to see you.
Yes.
When you're doing your fingerprints, Ms. Cox asked you about this. You have, not just in this case, but in every single case, you have a second investigator do a separate comparison without seeing your comparison results first, correct?
Correct.
That's to avoid confirmation bias.
To avoid that and to also have someone available for testimony should one of us not be available.
Okay. And then Ms. Cox was also asking you about the photographs of the prints that you took and the comparisons that you made.
Correct.
During your training as an expert or for fingerprint comparison, are those standards set by the IAI, the International Association for Identification?
They are.
And is there a set number of points of comparison that have to be found to make a positive identification?
No.
You find more than one though, is that right?
Yes.
And you only put, photographs from 2 different fingers in your report, but you stated that you compare all of the fingers, correct?
Correct. The photos were just an example of part of what I had done.
And I think I asked you this on direct, but if there had been a discrepancy between either the prints taken February 22nd of 1999, July 17th of 97, or April 20th of 2023, you would have put that in your report, correct?
Yes, it would not have been a match.
Okay. And that was not in your report. You found that it was a positive identification.
That is correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Thank you. Leave those, can I take the evidence?
That was not entered.
It was not entered.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people would next call Investigator Neil Caruso.
Oh no. How many people have they got? Oh jeez. I didn't think it was gonna be it was supposed to be an hour.
Come on up here, sir. That's good. Do you solemnly swear
should have
or
been over
affirm
2
under
hours.
penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through.
Obviously it does now, Shelley. Jesus.
Good afternoon. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
It's Neil Caruso, Caruso.
And where are you employed?
I'm with the 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office.
What's your role there?
I'm an investigator,
How long have you been with the district attorney's office?
about 2 years.
What did you do prior to that?
I was with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office for about 15 years.
And as part of your duties as an investigator, do you take fingerprints and do fingerprint comparisons?
Yes,
Let's talk about any training that you have. Did you get any training in first taking the fingerprint impressions themselves?
I did.
And when was that?
I would have been, believe March of 2022.
And how long was that training?
It was a 16-hour class.
As part of that training, did you complete any qualifications or testing?
Yes,
Talk to me about what that looked like.
there was a written test at the end of that training that we had to pass in order to get a certificate for that class.
And what certificate did you receive?
It's a fingerprint comparison class certificate.
And was that training in not only taking the fingerprint impressions, but also the fingerprint comparisons?
Yes, it was.
Have you been present during your time as an investigator when other investigators are taking fingerprint impressions?
I have.
And have you taken fingerprint impressions yourself?
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you taken those fingerprint impressions?
Approximately 10 times.
And approximately how many times have you performed fingerprint comparisons?
5.
Have you made positive identifications during those comparisons?
I have.
And all of those comparisons, did those take place after you received your certificate?
Yes.
And I forget if I asked you how long the training was that you took.
It was 16 hours, 2 days.
Okay. Were you present with Investigator Haig on April 20th, 2013 for taking some fingerprint impressions?
I was.
Are you present when other investigators are doing fingerprint comparisons?
No.
What does that process look like?
Well, it's called ACE-V. So it's analyze, compare, evaluate, and verification method is what that stands for. So we first analyze the fingerprint cards that we have just generally without any type of magnification, just to see if the fingerprint impressions look like they're the same patterns on all the cards before we move on. Then we move on to the comparison stage. That's when we start comparing level 2 details. And if we get, then we get to the evaluation stage. And if we get enough points of a comparison, then we look to see if that is the person that we've fingerprinted, or it's not, or it's inconclusive. And then whoever has the packet, the fingerprint packet, will pass it on to the second investigator. So in this case, it was myself and Investigator Haig. And we do not disclose what our evaluation was. And I do my own report. She does her comparison and does her own report.
And is that part of the verification?
Yes,
Is that the process that you used in this case?
it was.
And is that the process you were taught in your training?
It was.
And were you taught to look for a set number of points of comparison?
There is not a minimum number, as long as you have at least one on one finger, that same finger throughout all the packs. So there's not a minimum standard for points of comparison.
Do you have a personal standard for points of comparison?
I try to get between 5 to 8, sometimes a little more, a little less, depends on the quality of the fingerprint impressions that we have.
And are you only looking at one finger, or what are you looking at?
I'll look at several fingers. I believe in this one, I looked at all of them.
All of the fingers?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to qualify Mr. Caruso as an expert in the field of print examination.
So admitted.
We have talked just briefly about points of comparison. What characteristics of fingerprints are you looking for your points of comparison?
There's ridge characteristics. So you have ridge lines and ridge endings, number of ridges, dots, enclosures. Those are all the or not all, but those are characteristics of fingerprint impressions.
I think all of the exhibits that have been entered so far are in front of you. So I want to have you first pull out Exhibit 9.
I have Exhibit 9.
And were you present when these fingerprint impressions were taken?
Yes,
And were those taken by Investigator Haig on April 20th, 2023?
they were.
And were you present when she took the photographs that we can see in People's Exhibit 8 in front of you?
I was.
And was that the individual that was in the room that the fingerprints were taken from?
Yes.
Yes.
What has been marked as people's exhibit 7? And you let me know if you recognize those.
These appear to be the fingerprint impressions which we compared to.
Okay. Do they also have with them photographs that were taken at or about the same time as the fingerprints?
Yes.
Do they appear to be fair and accurate copies of what you reviewed within the pin pack?
Yes.
Your Honor, the people would move to admit Exhibit 6 and 7 into evidence.
Objection.
6 and 7 are admitted.
Starting with its Exhibit 6, is there an associated case number on it or inmate number?
There is a DOC inmate number of 92205.
And on page 2 or 3, is there a name of date or date of birth?
Page 2, there is a name, Joel Hollendorfer, and date of birth is 11/1975.
And the prints in Exhibit 6, did you compare those to the prints in Exhibit 9?
I did.
And do the fingerprints in Exhibit 6 and 9 belong to the same person?
They do.
And who do they belong to?
To Joel Hollendorfer.
Hollendorfer?
Hollendorfer, yep, sorry.
And were you aware of Investigator Haig's determination or conclusion when you made that conclusion?
I was not.
Did you speak to Investigator Haig when you came to that conclusion?
No, I did not.
I know that you went to the Criminal Justice Center with Investigator Haig on April 20th, 2023. Did you have any prior contact with the pending case against Joel Hollendorfer?
I did not.
Did you know the charges that were charged by the prosecution?
I was aware of some of them, yes.
Looking now at Exhibit 7, is there an inmate number that is associated with that exhibit?
There is.
And what is that number?
It is 92205.
And a name associated with that exhibit
Joel Hollendorfer,
and a date of birth?
11/19/1975.
Did you compare the prints in Exhibit 7 to the print card obtained in Exhibit 9?
I did.
Do you recall about when the comparisons occurred?
Don't recall the specific date, but I believe it was sometime in May when I made the comparison.
So you didn't make the comparison on April 20th, 2023, when the fingerprint impressions were first taken?
No, I did not.
Do the fingerprints in Exhibit 7 and Exhibit 9 belong to the same person?
They do.
And who do those fingerprints that you compared belong to?
Joel Hollendorfer.
And I want to draw your attention to Exhibit 5, which should also be in front of you.
I have it.
Is this the penitentiary pack that you use to compare Exhibit 9 to, where it has some more documents aside from the photographs and fingerprints themselves?
This appears to be the same one.
And on the front page of that packet, that is not the cover letter, is there an inmate number on that page?
There is.
And what is that number?
92205.
And is that the same number that you found in Exhibit 6 and 7?
It is.
Who is assigning this type of an inmate number?
The Department of Corrections.
And so the fact that it's annotated on Exhibit 6 and 7, are those prints taken at the Department of Corrections?
Yes.
Is page 5 in Exhibit 5 the same as page 1 in Exhibit 7?
This appears to be the same.
And are pages 7 and 8 in Exhibit 5 the same as pages 2 and 3 of Exhibit 7?
This appears to be the same.
And is page 6 in Exhibit 5 the same as page 1 in Exhibit 6?
It's the same.
And the same for pages 9 and 10 in Exhibit 5, the same as pages 2 and 3 of Exhibit 6?
They are the same.
See you, Sam. See you later.
When you went to the Criminal Justice Center on April 20th, 2023, do you see the inmate that you had contact with here in the room today?
I do.
And can you identify him by an article of clothing he's wearing?
He's wearing an orange jumpsuit.
Honor, may the record reflect the identification.
All right.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When you and Ms. Haig went out to CJC and took photos of Mr. Hollendorfer, fair to say those photographs are of his face and his torso,
Yes.
wearing a jail jumpsuit.
Yes.
But you didn't take pictures of his chest or his stomach or anything that showed what his tattoos were?
I don't recall having him take off his shirt to do that.
Okay. You mentioned that when you get enough points of comparison to determine whether you make an identification, then you pass it on to the other person who's going to do it, or maybe you're the second in that line. Does that make sense?
You might have to repeat that.
Let me ask you a totally different way. If you, when you're looking at a set of prints, there's some point at which you feel like you have enough points of comparison to determine that you can make an identification. Is that fair?
Yes.
But that point where you come to that conclusion could be different for different people
Yes.
because there's no standard, like there's no minimum number that you have to come up with.
Correct.
And that, I guess, lack of requirement is sound with your training. They don't require you to do that.
Correct.
And so like you said, one point of comparison on one finger could be enough. There's no rule against it.
Correct.
For you, you try to have maybe 5 to 8.
Yes.
And in this case, do you recall how many you came up with?
I do not.
And do you recall which I think you said you looked at all the fingers, right?
I do not make notes of which ones, but I believe this one I did all.
Okay. And that's just kind of from your memory, but not reflected in your report. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say you don't recall which fingers you found points of comparison on or how many on each?
Every finger that I found comparison on, I would have compared the next card to that.
Okay. But you don't remember how many points of comparison you came up with on this case?
Not total.
or which fingers you got them from?
Well, I believe that was each finger I compared. I got comparison on the next card to the next card.
Okay, so are you saying that you found, you believe, according to your memory, that you found a point of comparison on each finger?
Correct.
Okay. And so potentially 10 then.
That would have been the minimum.
Okay. But you don't recall specifically because it wasn't in your report and it was a while ago. Is that fair?
I did not make notes of specific how many.
Okay.
I don't know.
And then you would have no idea whether you came up with the same points as your counterpart, Ms. Haig, right?
Correct.
Because you said that you don't compare notes afterwards.
Correct.
You just, is it fair to say that you just determined whether or not you both made a positive identification
Correct.
and nothing beyond that?
Correct.
So the fingerprint card that you received to compare the prints you took from CJC to, it was from Department of Corrections, right?
There was 2 cards
She is,
from the
yes,
Department
Shelley,
of Corrections
she
that
is.
we received.
Okay. And those fingerprint cards are in Exhibit 5, like you talked about on direct. Do you remember that? And I think it's there if you want to look at it. And those fingerprint cards that you received from Department of Corrections have a name on them, right?
Correct.
And they have a date of birth
Correct.
and some identifying information.
Yes.
And you have all that information on that card when you're making the comparison to the card that you took.
Yes.
And you know that the name, you knew at the time that when you went out to the jail that the person that you were expecting to speak to and to take prints from was Joel Hollendorfer.
Yes.
And at that time, you knew generally what he was charged with.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Caruso, can 2 people have the same fingerprint?
I have not heard of that.
And if you were to be doing a fingerprint comparison and you were not able to find points of comparison that you were comfortable with, whether it be 1, 5, or 8, whatever numbers you kind of threw out there, would you make a positive identification if you weren't able to find the points that you needed?
I would not feel comfortable doing that. Correct.
So you felt comfortable doing that in this case?
I did.
That print card that was taken at the Criminal Justice Center, was that placed into evidence?
I believe Investigator Haig placed in evidence.
Okay. And was it kept in evidence for the pendency of the case?
I would assume so.
Are you aware of any defense experts examining that fingerprint card?
I am not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you for being here. You may step down. Anything further from the people?
No, Your Honor, we have no further witnesses.
Any evidence from the defense? Brief argument first.
Yes, Your Honor. The defendant in this case is charged with 4 counts of habitual offender sentencing enhancers. Those are for convictions in 94 CR 2431, where the convictions were for class 4 felony theft under 184401 and first degree aggravated motor vehicle theft, a class 4 felony under 184492A. The date of conviction, and sorry, this is all contained in People's Exhibit 1. So the date of a conviction for this count was October 18th of 1994. And that was shown repeatedly through the minute orders. And this would be on page 25 of that packet, where it states that the date of judgment of conviction is now entered, October 18th, 1994, signed by Judge Looney. There were also multiple indications for identification contained in the demographics, as well as in the signature that was on the page for conditions of probation. The court can take a look at the signature on the cards in Exhibit 5 and make their own judgment call, but as stated, Investigator Haig stated that they were similar. In the pen pack, the photographs, the fingerprints, the personal identifying information, the listed case numbers associated with the defendant, and the signature all corroborate that this was in fact the defendant, that he is the one who was convicted of these prior charges, and that he was the same person to be photographed and printed in February of 1999 and July of 1997, as well as being the same person that was printed by and photographed by Investigator Haig in April of this year. Regarding habitual count 4 for 96 CR 1873, second degree burglary, a class 4 felony under 184203 subsection 1. Date of conviction, September 27th of 1996. Although defense counsel went through some of the dates in that in exhibit number 2, the judgment of conviction, the original judgment of conviction, was on September 27th of 1996. There was a sentencing date later. However, the actual judgment of conviction states that it was September 27th of 1996. Habitual count number 5, pertaining to case 96 CR 2261, where the defendant was originally charged with a class 3 felony for second degree burglary of a dwelling and pled guilty to an amended count of attempted second degree burglary of a dwelling, a class 4 felony under CRS 18-4-2032A and 18-2-101. Again, the judgment of conviction was on September 27th of 1996. And the corroborating evidence here is the name, all of the demographics, the home address, the phone number, the social security number. For habitual count number 6, this pertains to case 96 CR 3073, where the defendant pled guilty to a class 4 felony theft between $400 and $15,000 under CRS 18-4-4012C. Date of conviction, again, September 27th of 1996. The identification and corroboration with all of these case numbers is also listed throughout the people's exhibits. Due to the multiple resentencings, having them all run concurrent to each other, all cases were listed on the court minimus page in the pen pack, Exhibit 5. The photographs and the fingerprints were all deemed to be of the same person, and that person was identified by both Investigator Haig and Investigator Caruso as the defendant Joel Hollendorfer, who is present here today. There's additional corroboration in the charging documents for the subsequent cases that he was on probation for 94 CR 2431, as well as on bond for other cases. And in Exhibit 1 through the minute orders regarding the original sentencing, the revocation, the 35B being granted, resentencing to community corrections, another revocation where eventually he was sentenced to the Department of Corrections, all includes case numbers for counts 4, 5, and 6 as well, confirming that it is the same person in all 4 of the underlying cases. The court also heard testimony about 2 other felony convictions. One was for an attempted escape and one was for a theft under $100, which at the time was a class 4 felony. However, those 2 counts were not included in the habitual charges. So the court doesn't need to find anything as regards to those. And beyond that, we would rest on the testimony in the record made today.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cox.
Your Honor, with regard to the prior of theft that was dismissed based on the fact that it was a misdemeanor, I just wanted the court to be aware that in count 6, the habitual criminal count of theft at the time was more than $400 and less than $15,000 was based on a bike that was $500 deemed to be value, and at this time that would be an M2 misdemeanor.
Is your argument there that it can't count as a habitual count because it's currently a misdemeanor, or?
I'm not clear on that. So the case law, initially I thought it was, but I wanted to bring it up because Ms. Peroni did mention that one count of theft was dismissed because it was a misdemeanor. And I think that probably this goes more to the next proceeding than this one.
Okay.
Because the research I did shows that you can make that argument for drug cases and for escape, but I didn't find anything that said that just because the theft is different now, that it would make it not usable as a habitual count.
Okay, got it.
But I just wanted to mention that before I forgot it, because I noticed that she did mention that as the basis for a dismiss count. But there could have been other bases as well. Your Honor, in this case, I would argue that the people have not proved beyond a reasonable doubt counts 4, 5, and 6. In count 3, the people have alleged that the conviction occurred on October 18th, 1994. That is in fact the sentencing date that was that we have proof beyond a reasonable doubt of in our documentation and in the packs that we have. The dates in 4, 5, and 6 reflect the plea dates with respect to each of those counts, as opposed to the sentencing count dates. The sentencing date is the conviction date, not the plea. When the prosecution argues or charges an offense as occurring on a particular date, that timing is an essential element which must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt.
Do you have a case that stands for that?
And I apologize, Judge, because I made copies of these and I left them on my desk. But the case is People v. Carr, 841 P2D 361. That's Colorado Court of Appeals, 1992. Additionally, the date that the defendant pled guilty or was found guilty is not sufficient because the conviction process is not complete. That's another case that differentiates between the plea date and the sentencing date, and that is People v. Jaquez, JACQUEZ, 588 P2D 871. The date of conviction is the date that the district court imposes the sentence and enters judgment. I think that's also consistent with Criminal Rule of Procedure 32C, as well as the Jaquez case. So, Your Honor, my argument is that the prosecution is obligated to plead and prove the same date beyond a reasonable doubt as to the conviction, not just something that happened in the court process, like the plea date or some other date of a. And what I'm saying is that it's the first conviction. When the conviction enters, I understand that there can be subsequent dates when there's resentencing or a sentence that goes from probation to comp or to DOC. My argument is that that first date is when the conviction enters, and it's on the first sentencing date, which in those counts would be January 3rd, 1997, not September 27th, 1996.
Are you conceding count 3 has been proven then?
I'm conceding it with respect to the charging document, not with respect to identity.
Okay.
And Your Honor, as to identity, we've been provided with names, the name Joel Hollendorfer on different documents. We've been provided with a photograph of my client at the jail in April 2023. We've been provided with 2 photographs of Mr. Hollendorfer booking photos that were taken at DOC. And on those photographs, we have dates that don't match up necessarily with any particular conviction. So my argument is that those photographs from DOC prove that Mr. Hollendorfer went to DOC. and they prove that he went to DOC potentially twice, or he was at least photographed at booking at DOC twice. Those photographs do not have dates on them that reflect any particular conviction or go to proof of any of the 4 convictions that are alleged in the complaint and report. The point of fingerprints in this scenario, I'm not arguing that fingerprints aren't valid science by themselves. I'm arguing that the only issue that could potentially call into question fingerprints, the accuracy, I guess, of a finding of a comparison of fingerprints would be if the person doing the comparison has too much information. So these 2 individuals who did these comparisons work for the DA's office, already knew that they were comparing Joel Hollendorfer to these previous set of prints that have the name Joel Hollendorfer on them, and have all of his identifying information, and they're being told, and they testified that they had the pack that is now Exhibit 5, that information at the time that they did this comparison. And so every potential bias, a confirmation bias that could be at risk here is at risk. Because it's not a blind comparison. They weren't just looking at 2 different sets of prints without information as to who they're purported to belong to. And I would argue that those comparisons are suspect and have not been, wouldn't suffice to be proof beyond a reasonable doubt of Mr. Hollendorfer's identity for those reasons. I understand that the certification that the print examiners are required to follow, they do not require a certain different or any particular, I guess, standard or any minimum point of comparison number. But that's a different standard for certification than proof beyond a reasonable doubt, which is required for identity here. And so given that we don't know exactly what points were found, given the bias that could potentially go with those comparisons, my argument is that the fingerprints also in this case do not prove identity. For purposes of a trial, a habitual criminal trial, we're dealing with a lot of paperwork, but it is still proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and notice isn't the only issue. And so while I understand that we do have a packet of paperwork, and we have various dates, and we have various plea dates, sentencing dates, charges, PC affidavits, so we're on notice. I understand the court's position on that. My position is that the defendant is entitled to due process in the entire proceeding, and that includes proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And it means that the dates of conviction that were alleged in the complaint and information have to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and an element of that is the date.
Do you agree that the way the DA had it, counts 5 and 6 originally charged, which was January 3rd, 1997, you're saying if they had left 5 and 6 as is and not amended those, setting aside identity and your other arguments, you would agree those have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt? Are you saying the fatality there is the 3-month difference between the DA saying the plea date is actually the judgment of conviction date?
So I think that there are 2 things. One, they have to prove the date that's actually on the complaint information beyond a reasonable doubt, and they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And given the differences in dates in the paperwork, I'd say that that's doubt. But I would also argue that the date on the information is an essential element that they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So did that even help at all?
I think your argument was the way they had 5 and 6 originally charged, which was judgment of conviction date on January 3rd, 97. That's what you're arguing, is that was the judgment of conviction date. So the motion to amend that you had objected to took them back to the September date, which you're now saying is fatal.
I'm saying that's one of the reasons it's fatal.
Okay. Reply?
And so, Your Honor, I'm looking at these cases, and Looking at 588 Pacific 2nd, 871, the Hawkes case, it looks like it was overruled by the Colorado Court of Appeals on October 11th of 1990 by People v. Ball, 813 Pacific 2nd, 759.
What was that site again?
813 Pacific 2nd, 759.
Okay.
And what the Colorado Court of Appeals there stated was that a valid legal conviction followed by the entry of a judgment, which has, except for the sentence aspect, never been appealed. Therefore, the judgment, if there is a valid legal conviction followed by entry of judgment, which has never been appealed, the judgment of conviction stands. Throughout the judgment of convictions, and I understand that nowadays, the judgment of conviction doesn't actually enter till sentencing. However, the documentation for these convictions from the 1990s clearly states judgment of conviction enters September 27th of 1996. They've been entered, but the court can also look through the exhibits, and the sentencings in these cases went back and forth so many times. There was the original sentence to probation, which was revoked, and then there was a sentence to community corrections, which was revoked, and then he was reaccepted and went back to community corrections. That was revoked and he was sentenced to the Department of Corrections. However, as noted and as I brought out, there was a 35B motion that was granted. And I can tell the court the substance of that was the wait to get to DOC was very, very long. So they asked for a community correction sentence to be reimposed. And as stated in the minute orders, that motion was granted and he was sentenced to community corrections again as a last chance. And then it was later, after an escape, that he was actually sentenced to the Department of Corrections. So even though he had been sentenced to the Department of Corrections, and it's the people's position that that's when those first set of photographs and prints were taken because he had been sentenced. But then the 35B was granted and he went to community corrections. And then 2 years later was resentenced to the Department of Corrections. New photographs and new fingerprints were taken. Regardless, the actual documentation states that the judgment of conviction for exhibits or for counts 4, 5, and 6 is September 27th of 1996. Also, I am not super familiar with either case cited by the defense, but I would state that the Hawkes case is from 1979, and I don't see that it stands for what defense stated, that it's the date of sentencing that counts as the judgment of conviction. Looking in here, it stated that the certified copies of the judgment showed that he had pled guilty to a felony charge and the judgment had been entered on that date.
I'll read the cases.
Okay.
I could just clarify something that is happening here also. The case that the people are referring to, I believe, occurred after a change of statute. I don't know when that change of statute was. That's part of the issue. The Hawkes case hasn't been overruled, and that was a Supreme Court case.
Okay. So I'll take a look at the cases.
So I don't think they're sentencing today then. If he's going to be looking through cases.
And while Ms. Proney's looking at that, Ms. Cox, is the holding in those two cases, or at least one of the two, is if the DA listed the judgment of conviction date different in the information from what the actual judgment of conviction date is in the evidence, that is fatal? Or is that what those cases hold? If they don't allege the right date for judgment of conviction, then it's not guilty?
I cited them for the idea that in the case, and this, it was about habitual counts, was that the date the defendant pled or was found guilty isn't sufficient because the conviction process isn't complete. In some cases, it was the defendant had moved to dismiss the habitual criminal counts on grounds that the dates of the prior convictions as alleged in count 3 and 4 were erroneous.
Okay, I'll go read the cases now. Anything else from the people before I go read the cases?
Your Honor, I would state that in the actual elements, it does say on or about a certain date, number one. And number two, that the documents say judgment of conviction for September 27th, 1996.
Okay, court will be in recess till 5 o'clock.
Actually, maybe he does give a verdict like sentencing today. So he's out now. What's 5 o'clock? So that's one. It's 10 to 11 here now. 10 to midnight, sorry. What time would it be there in Colorado? 7 hours behind me, so. Oh, so it's 10 to 5. Yeah, recess till 5. So that must mean that he's going to make a. Well, what that might mean is he makes a decision about the habitual element of it, and whether he is going to enforce it or not. Because if he enforces the 3-strike rule, then it's, well, how I read it, it's potentially he could get up to between 18 to 24 years, potentially, if he allows everything in. Thanks, Amanda. Thank you. Thank you. And Sister Beth Love. So the 3-strike rules, which are posted earlier on, if it's deemed that the classes are high enough, but without the DV, I'm not sure they would be classed high enough. Oh, Evil Wicked, I'll be honest with you, they are very impressive. I mean, I hope they don't win this element of it, but they've been very, very good. They've been very, very good. I mean, they've got the judge to look at other papers now and to basically say that, what do you call it, fingerprints is not enough. Like, I think most people would be like, throw that out. No, whatever happens here, the defense, you got to tip your hat to them. They did well at, yeah, they did really well at trial. Really well at trial as well. Are they? Oh, hang on then. Okay. So I'm going to drop this for a second, guys. Just so we see the sentencing of Timothy. And then put it straight up. Hi, Erin, by the way. Lovely to see you. Once the judge comes back, I'll go straight back there. Right, bunch.
I'll ask the
I
presiding
agree,
juror, has
Amanda.
the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, please hand the verdict form to the bailiff. And I'll ask the presiding juror if this is a unanimous verdict of all the members of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hard bunch.
All right, the defendant, please stand. Verdict
I like
forms.
the attorney.
We, the jury, having found the defendant Timothy George Simpkins guilty of the offense of criminal attempt to commit capital murder, assess his punishment and confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a period of 12 years, and in addition to such confinement, assess a fine of $6,000. Signed, the presiding juror. All right. Does either side wish to have a polling of the jury?
State does not.
Defendant.
Defense does not.
All right. I find the jury's verdict is unanimous. It is filed. Defense, do you have any legal reason why the defendant should not be sentenced at this time?
No legal reason.
Okay. Let the record reflect that in cause number 1773951R, style of the state of Texas versus Timothy Simpkins, the jury has found you guilty upon your plea of not guilty to the offense of attempt to commit the offense of capital murder, and has assessed your punishment at 12 years confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and a fine of $6,000. It is therefore the order, judgment, and decree of this court that Timothy Simpkins is here sentenced to 12 years confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, is further, and a $6,000 fine. It is further ordered the court that the sheriff of this county transports you to the director of the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, there to serve your sentence as required by law. You have the right to appeal this case to the Second Court of Appeals located in Fort Worth, Texas. You do so by filing a written motion for new trial or notice of appeal within 30 days of this date. If you don't have money to hire a lawyer for appeal, I will appoint a lawyer for you on the appeal. In addition, I'll provide you with a record at no cost to you. I'm asking counsel for defense if you would please discuss those rights with this defendant before you leave today.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, you may be seated.
That's a
At
win.
this time, members of the jury, your duty as jurors is complete. At the beginning of the trial, I placed each of you under a number of
That's
instructions.
a huge
This
win.
time, I
I know it sounds harsh, but I thought if he can get 15 years, that's a win. And like you say, that's okay to compromise. Prosecution asks for life. And Eric, you said, oh yeah, thank you, Eric, because I would have missed it. I would have missed it. I would have missed it. Share screen, let's get it spun back now then. Erin, I was with you. I thought it was going to be like 15 years that you would have got. That's what he's banking on. So that's a huge. Do you know what I mean? It sounds like, oh, you know, but the minimum was 5 years, but he was done for 3 of them, which I thought was wrong. So I thought it was going to be 5, 5, 5, 15. So they've done 4, 4, 4 as a compromise. Okay. And if he has good behavior, he can be out in probably 10 years. It sounds like a long time, but if he can rehabilitate himself, get his grades there, head down. Yeah, no, I went with you, Erin. When you said 15, I was like, oh, do you know what? That sounds just right. So he can have a life. Yeah. So I believe if he's able to come out after 10 years, he'd be 30 and he can get his college degree whilst he's in there. He can get a trade wherever he wants whilst he's in there. He can get clean. He can, you know, he'll still be 30 years old or at worst 32 years old coming out. I don't agree with being found guilty for all 3. So, but even if it was one, you know, attempted murder, I do believe he deserved prison time. I 100% believe that he should have been imprisoned. So, and I thought 15 years was a win for him. So to get 12, they see the defense. No, they're gonna say that, but do you want to poll the jury? Always, the defense always go, oh, yeah, poll them. These guys are like, no, we're fine. We're fine with this judgment. Thank you very much. Let's go. Let's move on before they change their minds. What about Kara Nichols? Kara Nichols, we're still waiting, bunch. We're still waiting. Banshee about Kara Nichols. Prosecution. So basically, they're trying to determine whether the three-strike rule works or not for Joel. And the judge needs to make a decision. He will make a decision at 5 o'clock, and then we'll know roughly then what sentencing will be. I imagine we hear from the parents today, and then I imagine then if you come back by 5, he'll sentence today. There's no reason why he wouldn't sentence today, because if he's going to allow the go park go, that was Timothy from Dallas, the attempted capital murder, Dave. I've missed you today, Erin. I said to everyone this morning, it's like, I've missed Erin. She hasn't been in. I hope she's okay. But I knew you were watching your business, so it's all good. And Dave, where have you been flirting today, Dave? I've not seen you today yet. No worries, Erin. I fully appreciate that. I fully understand that. Um, it sucks when you just can't get a minute to yourself. I know. Well, look after yourself. Make sure you take care of yourself now. Don't burn yourself out. I'm an expert at that myself, so I can't comment. I was watching the Dido trial. What's a Dido? Dido? What's Dido? You mean dildo or something? I don't. There, you mixing stuff up now. You just putting dildo in my chat. I got you. I got you. I got you. Yeah, I got you. Show business. Who do you watch it with there, Dave? Yeah, I got it in the end. I was like, Dido. Who's Dido? Dido, yes. It should, I think. If not, the judge needs his head read. Yes. Just a busy time of year. I get it. I got you, Erin. Well, just look after yourself now. I mean, your health and everything. Make sure the fam, you can put your feet up and the fam look after you. Dave, 45 days until the NFL, mate. 45 days, mate. Go, pack, go, go, pack, go. Oh, you're watching with the alternate juror. Fine. I don't know who that is, but fine. When you read that, I was like, alternate juror? No, alternate corner, mate. But then I clicked then. I think it's some sort of stream error. 9-7. That you would take that. You take that, Dave. Yeah, it's just another stream airing. I've never. There's all these streamers. I don't know who anybody is. I know who Vices is and Rakita. That's about it. There's obviously a few others, but learned today about Joe Law Logic. Didn't know that existed. M&S, obviously. Cool. Yeah, I don't know who she is, Banshee. I don't know who she is, to be honest with you. Never. I heard the name from you, actually. You've mentioned it before, but I've never watched any of their content. Don't know who they are. Keeps a steady calm on her face, waiting for her to attack again. Spidey sense is here for the morning, and I will try to keep it for the afternoon. Yeah, I think most people today has been watching it with Joe. I think Spidey and Sarah were with Joe. Okay, okay. Seahawks all the way. Sorry, evil. Sorry, evil wicked. Dave is a bit of a. Well, actually, Dave's second team is Seahawks. His um favorite team is Green Bay Packers. Second team Seahawks. I like Peter Cargill and Schneider. I think that's a good team in the Seahawks. DK Metcalf and all them. Now you've got what's his name, the new wide receiver. He's good. Your team's coming up. The best thing you ever did is get rid of Russell Wilson. I mean, what a flop he was last year. You, Seahawks, robbed the Broncos, robbed them. People are starting to come back in now. So once we see them standing up, I'll put my earphones in. Oh, so I can cancel the other stream now then. Thank God. Cancel that. Oh, excuse me. I'm just too tired. I'm so glad I'm not doing the other trial now. Erin saved me because I was going to do Texas all night until it was done. So I need to go into StreamYard and cancel it. Oh. Delete broadcast. Delete on YouTube. Yes, delete both, please. Thank you. Hang on, we go here. She's a new YouTuber. She doesn't talk much, just streams the trial. Okay. Yeah, I don't go around. I'm not like Dave. I don't haul myself out like Dave. Do you know what I mean? I don't go around streamers, so my daddy went to the Jets. Well, that's probably a third team now, Dave. Probably a third team now, Dave. Aaron Rodgers. I heard that the Green Bay Packers, they had their shareholders meeting today and they said next jersey that's going to be retired was Aaron Rodgers. I want to see AJ Hawk in the Hall of Fame there. I love AJ Hawk. Oh, sorry. I got you now, Dave. Oh, you as well, Shelley. Your daddy, we are Banshee. No one likes Dallas Cowboys here. I dare wear my Dak Prescott jersey here anymore. Sarah would kill me. And no worries, Erin. No worries. That's fine. Pop in whenever you can. Whenever you got a couple of minutes and you want to just relax, just pop in, say hi. Lovely to see you. Oh, as always, cheer you up. Erin, taco. Erin's taco. Erin's the only one that's got a personalised toy here. So, not toy, gift here. So we love Erin. Thanks, Erin. Thanks for putting us on for that trial as well. We've got to find a new trial for tomorrow now. Other Cowboys. Oh, Sisabeth, you're lucky. I might turn this into members only now. Oh, comes
Please be seated.
that one limped. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Here
All right,
comes the judge.
everybody is present. The standard I have to apply is the same that a jury applies in rendering a verdict after trial. That is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And I use the same instruction that is given to the jurors in making my decision about whether the people have proven their 4 counts beyond a reasonable doubt. I would start with the cases cited by the defense and note that they're distinguishable. 841 P. Second 361. That's the Carr case. And the Carr case is not a habitual criminal count case. That's a case of theft that's alleged to have occurred over a long period of time, some of it in Colorado, some of it outside of Colorado. And ultimately, the holding of the Court of Appeals there was the DA needs to allege the dates when the actual theft occurred in Colorado, and the DA was way off on the dates compared to the evidence that had been presented. And so in that scenario, the Court of Appeals held that that was fatal to the charge. And so again, that case does not, in my opinion, apply to our scenario here. And then in the Jaquez case or Jaquez case, that's 588 P. Second 871 from the Supreme Court, 1979. And that's a case where the DA alleged a number of habitual counts. And the DA charged these 3 counts on certain dates. A certified copy of the judgment was entered at the habitual trial. Then during closing arguments, the defense made the argument that the DA had alleged the wrong dates, and that it was actually the dates that the defendant had pled guilty, not been sentenced. And so the trial court denied and dismissed the 3 habitual criminal counts, and the Supreme Court's holding was that was error. That was definitely wrong, and the trial judge should not have dismissed those counts. The Supreme Court wrote, in our view, from the use of the words of the statute, convictions and judgments. Start over. In our view, from the use of the words of the statute, convictions and judgments, the time of a prior conviction for the purposes of the habitual criminal statute is the date the judgment of conviction is entered in the trial court. It is evident from the language used that a plea of guilty, a guilty verdict, or a finding of guilt by the trial judge alone could not effectively be used to enhance the punishment for the reason that the conviction process is incomplete. Until there has been an adjudication of guilt by the entry of judgment, the fact of guilt has not been judicially declared. The district attorney, by properly authenticated documents, established that the defendant had been previously convicted of felonies on the dates alleged in the habitual criminal counts of the information. The issues thereon should have been submitted by the trial jury, subject to such defenses as the defendant may have presented. And so I do disagree with the contention from the defense that if the DA lists the judgment of conviction date inaccurately, that is somehow fatal to the allegations. I find that what the people have to prove is that this defendant has previously been convicted of 1 or more of the 4 alleged felony convictions. And I find the evidence overwhelming that the defendant has been convicted of the 4 felonies based on the meticulous marshaling of the evidence by the people, looking at all the dates, all the DOC numbers, all the identifying circumstances, statistics, address, some phone numbers. That ID is not an issue. The pictures clearly show Mr. Hollendorfer. There's a DOC packet and 4 court packets. Often you just have court packets or you have a DOC packet, usually not both, but here we've got both. To the extent there's some confusion about the actual dates of judgment of conviction based on the various court records that the court has kept over the years, indicating different dates for judgments of conviction, I find that the records can appear confusing because the probation and comp court got revoked so many times over the years. So it looks like there are all sorts of different dates of judgment of conviction. Here, however, I do find the evidence overwhelming that there has indeed been a judgment of conviction around the time charged by the DA. The case numbers made very clear which convictions we were talking about. The county of the offenses made clear where the convictions occurred. And so I am persuaded beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt as to counts 3 through 6. And so I take it we're going to get a pre-sentence report and set the matter for sentencing, and we can address proportionality at sentencing. Any objection to that proposal, Ms. Baroni?
No, Your Honor. I'm just wondering if the court would like written argument regarding proportionality.
Yes. And so how far in advance do you need, Ms. Cox, recognizing we'll probably set this for sentencing September 20th, if that works for people?
Oh. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I start a homicide trial on September 18th. Oh, yeah. It's more of the
Okay.
same trial.
20, is the 27th too soon then, or do we need to, it'd actually be 3 weeks after that. I could do the 27th, but not the following week.
Double checking. I mean, we haven't set our witness lineup for that trial yet. There's 2 victims at the same time and the crime is on video. So I don't anticipate it taking a full 2 weeks, but I don't.
Would it make more sense to do a proportionality review argument in, say, 4 weeks and then set it for sentencing 8 weeks from there? Maybe if we could look at August 23rd at 4 p.m.
People can accept that date.
Sorry, I just had that last.
That's okay. And the victim's family can make that date, August 23rd at 4 p.m.
And Your Honor, I know that they are appearing via WebEx, and I believe that they would also be appearing via WebEx at that date as well.
Okay.
That's a
And
different
did
trial.
that date work
Shelley.
for everybody then?
That's a totally different trial. That's her next trial.
August 23rd at 4 p.m.
4 p.m.
Yes.
Ms. Cox?
Trial set. I'm trying to think if they're actually. I think if it's at the end of the day, if it turns out what I could ask for mercy.
From me or the other
From
judge?
Johnson. So I might be in, I do have 2 trials set, 1 in 6 and 1 in 24. I'm more worried about the 24 one. But I think because it's at the end of the day, I could potentially get some grace. I think
Okay.
I feel comfortable taking it.
Okay. August 23rd at 4. And then how about any written motion from the defense by close of business August 16th, which would be 1 week before? And then for the DA, any response? How about Monday by close of business? That would be Monday, August 21st.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, anything else then before we excuse ourselves?
Just to confirm, because I'm going to have to explain this to other people, on August 23rd, we are just doing argument regarding proportionality.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, and then we can set it for sentencing at a date that we think will work better than that end of September, early October timeframe. Anything else from the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. Court will be in recess.
No, Shelley, it was the 2 things were she was saying that her next trial is in September and it's supposed to be 2 weeks, but she doesn't feel like it's going to be 2 weeks. Although there's 2 victims and the video, she feels like it probably doesn't need to be 2 weeks. But it didn't matter in the end because he's done it in August now instead. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit more time before he gets sentenced, it seems. Get the one out. So yeah, that's where we're at anyway. August 23rd, where the arguments are going to happen, and then sentencing after that. Jesus, this is just dragging out now. I don't know why it needs to drag out so much though. Don't understand it, but I ain't the judge, so who am I to say anything? Hopefully, it's done fairly quickly after the arguments are in. So that's all we can do and hope anyway, because it's getting a little bit silly now. Hang on. Right. Okay, I don't think there's anything else. I probably will be streaming it on the August 23rd at 4 o'clock. Yeah, probably. Well, I can't promise, but I should be okay to do it. No worries, Shelley. See you soon, okay? Take care of yourself. Yeah, should be doing it. So thank you, everybody. Spread the word. Try and hopefully get sentencing. But yeah, I'll upload this to the playlist now, and then yeah, see where we go. So thank you very much for everything. It was not the kind of stream I like, but and we did get the ending we wanted, the sentencing. But there we are, 4 hours, nearly 4.5 hours here now. So thank you very much, everybody. Thanks, Eva. We could come back soon. Not seen you in a while, so come back more often. Right. Thank you, everybody. Take care and have a good evening. I'm going to bed now. It's nearly 12:30. So take care, everyone. Ta-ra.